the county government saying, please allow us, or we give a date so that the meter can be relocated outside the gate. And then secondly, Honorable Speaker, I expected also, the CEO and the governor to tell us, if it is difficult to access, what plans do you have then to install smart meters so that you can disconnect without going there? Yes, Senator Mbugu.
Thank you, Chair. Governor, I know these responses were prepared for you by your staff, but with all honesty, it is not possible that for 6 months consecutively, the same number of 15,320 from month 1 to 6. Probably the response would have been more accurate if this number is differing from 1 month to the other. But for it to be consistent, the same number for 6 months, it's not practical, Governor. Your people are misreading you.
Senator Amida?
Yeah, I think Bwana CEO was asked what efforts has he made so far. And Bwana CEO, maybe even for example, even where I live, they always give who is this person who takes care? Is it the caretaker or someone? Gives notices to residents on when the meters are going to be read. And people, all the gates are opened. What legal and policy measures have you taken so far? Because, it has really taken time. And then how do you implement the fines and the penalties for that? Then how do you schedule the meter? Use inspectors. Because like the Kenya Power, they come once, the next time they disconnect, from even the poles or whatever. So what efforts have you made? It will take about 6 months, seriously. And you've not shown any efforts that you have made.
In fact, this is actually a big improvement, Chair. Chair, 15,000 meters accounts sound so many, but in the wider context, that's 6% of all the accounts in the city, 6%. So let me have the MD answer the specific questions to him. And even, cases even of attacks of this stuff, the areas where they are repulsed, just give them a full context so that they can understand. But within the context of 15,000 out of close to 300,000 accounts that are metered, that are, they're not estimated, Chair.
Thank you so much, through the Chair again. Let me put it this way. We strive as much as possible to ensure we read all the meters in this town. And all these meters, we have referenced them through GIS system so that we can be able to assess them when we need. And we know where every meter is. At times, our staff go to those premises, actually, and dogs are opened to them. And we can provide evidence for that. At times, staff are crowbarred properly. We can provide evidence for all those things. And they become court cases where our staff want to read the meter, the customers don't want the meter to be read. Or or whoever is left in the compound is maybe a house helper, and she has instructions. Don't allow anybody to come to this compound. When you try to go in, our staff, those people opens the door for them to mow them. Please, we have been trying to ensure we read all these meters. Just like the governor has said, we have around 250,000 account meters to read. We move around the whole city every month and we ensure these meters are read. These ones which we are saying, people, they are not being read. The others we have actually moved outside the compound, and we can provide evidence that we have been leaving the messages which Mheshimiwa is talking about. We leave even written documents to the customers. Please open your gates so that we can read the meters. Without doing that, we are going to move the meters. And we have been moving meters. We can provide that evidence of moving meters from customers' premises to the road. But
so as we speak today, engineer, yes, of this
ABY 268V. Nitie gimomiyo en kamano wiya bo owil.
We are sorry.
Okay.
numbers here.
The meters, we know them often.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Would you put the movement at 10% so far? What you have done? Because that's the only
that
solution.
number.
Yes.
Of the 15,000.
Yes.
If you don't have the answer, don't answer.
I don't have the actual
I'm on off.
Okay.
So you give the.
That's
if you
good
don't know the
guidance.
answer, don't.
Chair, I'd also ask to understand the general geography of this 15,000 meters. What is the spread across the city? Where are these places where people have dogs?
It is citywide.
Citywide?
Yeah, including even a place like Buruburu, the areas where people don't allow you to enter.
But Engineer Muguna, through the governor, have you sought a court warrant to access these premises?
I think it's just it that there are many legal processes, including court cases. I think with such a response, really what I would suggest, Chair, is let's discuss how you can support us to read all of those meters, because we want all those meters, we want that revenue. But we're explaining the context. So you see, if you answer like that, you may not like, we're giving you the reality on the ground.
Yeah,
that is what actually happens.
Governor, we want to help. I think we are in agreement, we want to help. But when you go to the doctor and you tell them you have malaria and it's not malaria, it is something you picked up at summer tides, you know that is a big problem for us. You have to give us the true situation on the ground.
That is the true situation.
The initial answer he gave us here was that they go and find gates locked.
There are gate locks. There are when sometimes if you force the gate to be opened, people open doors, people fight with us.
So how would you like us to help you, Governor? I would be interested to know. Because we
should look at the legislation around how you penalize people who restrict access by public officers to actually bill you, whether it is Kenya Power or Nairobi Water. It should be a huge deterrence. You know, it should be something that is very punitive, and that is the legislation that we can do together with the Senate.
Does that require national legislation? Because it's a matter that is unique for Nairobi.
It requires national legislation.
It's
the same issue in Mombasa.
Have you had this conversation with the Assembly? Because city bylaws are there to help you, Governor.
No. This one needs national legislation because to implement it, you need national police, not Kanjo officers.
Senator Kisanga had asked about the smart meters.
We can explain the process we are at in getting into smart meters. Maybe you can give an overview.
Thank you so much. On the smart meters, Mheshimiwa, a mechanical meter, or the meters we use today, they have inch meters most of the customers use, who are around 96% of our customers. A smart mechanical meter will cost 3,500 shillings. A smart meter of the same size will cost you around 15 to 20,000 shillings. Now, when you look at what you are going to accrue by changing the meters from mechanical to smart meters, it will take you 20 or 30 years to recover the value. Water is a cheap commodity. The accuracy of a mechanical meter is between 3 to 5%. Accuracy of an electronic meter, I'm not talking about even a mechanical meter changed into a smart meter. I'm talking about a meter, an example of ultrasonic, where you are getting the signal direct being electric. So the errors are very low. That is 0.5 to 1%. Now, when you subtract those errors, that's what the value of what the customer is billed. The difference between the two errors is what becomes the value you are going to accrue by changing the meters to smart meters. When you do the mathematics, you'll actually be creating jobs in a certain country and denying Kenyans jobs here. So it is not my advice to the country to move to smart meters as we talk today. Okay.
Chair. You see, when you say 15,000 accounts, they look small in number comparatively because of the fact that the governor would look at it like, okay, we have tried to estimate 112,000, but you see, this query is a P&L query. It's a query on revenue lost. entirely if you go through it until 1.3. And my concern, Governor, and I still go back to it, and it's in good faith, because the documentation here is to help us when we are sitting now to address the queries. I think you address the queries to the auditors, and then we solve the queries. When we sit to solve the queries, is we at the end of the day go to the written responses. You see everything that you're saying there, Governor. Your response to that 1.1 is just one statement. There is no access. But then what the MD is responding to is more comprehensive than what is written here. You see my concern? Because at the end of the day, how you will solve for this issue is pegged on how comprehensive you capture the challenges that you're facing. And then after capturing the challenges that you're facing, highlight some of even the remedies that could be put in place. Because just to say that, because what I'm going with after listening, Chair, is that one, there is no access, and therefore whether there is because of the dogs or the gates are closed, that is fine. But then the substantive response to it is sensitization to the customers. We will do some form of sensitizing the customers, and then hopefully this will work. The reason why that's problematic is because there's two parts to that query. There is those that add some form of access. That is about 97,300. And then there is those that you have consecutively not been able to access the 15,000 in question. The total of them brings you a revenue problem of over 700 million shillings. That's what should ring the bell. That it's not about the 15,000, it's about, or the 112,000, it's about the revenue that's going to be lost as a result of not being able to access them. So I appreciate your response now, which I don't appreciate in your one statement response to the committee. Chair, I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying. The response here is not comprehensive enough to solve this problem. What you are saying is in fact, I'm now empathetic. But surely, even when Sifuna was asking you about the map, is a question to us going to address where these problems are. So I wish that you could go and become more comprehensive with that answer in your written submission. Because otherwise there's no strategy to address this query at all. And maybe the auditor will be satisfied with the approach of having a comprehensive response to these questions.
Chair, everything we have said is about accessing the meter. If the response is to give wider context, Chair, you'll never respond to all these queries because you'll write paragraphs. Now I start describing dogs and start describing house girls being told not to open gates. The question is, why did you estimate? The answer is there was no access. And this is what we're doing to solve that issue, including relocation of these meters. Now, the reason we come here is to then give further context to the response to our queries. I think that's the reason we have in this session. And it's still part of the process, Chair. So that is our response.
Chair. The big question, Chair, sorry.
Let me ask Mark to weigh in, and then honorable members, because of time, let's move to 1.2, the next one.
Thank you, Chair. From the context of the audit, or when we're carrying out our audit, what would have expected for this query to be explained to clearly was, would have expected a report, because we'd expect that the meter readers write reports to the supervisors to the next level. Until then, we'd see a report indicating these premises will not be accessed because of this issue. And then we'd have expected to see what then that supervisor did towards gaining access. Under the Water Act, we also have the Water Police. Has this been reported to Water Police that we need to access meters for reading? So that then would have formed documentary evidence for us then to be satisfied and to inform this committee that that issue has been adequately addressed. So, Chair, in the absence of that, then we still hold that the matter is still not addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Those are available. I don't think at any point it was asked for.
Yeah.
If you look at the structure, the meter reader is accountable to a supervisor. This goes all the way to the regional manager. those daily incident reports are available, and we'll be very happy to give them to you.
Chair, just the big question is, why are they being still provided with water? Kwani wanapewa maji mpaka sai?
There are many areas where if you intervene, you will affect those who are properly served, as opposed to these ones who are estimating. And by the way, the issue of estimates vis-a-vis receipts, they are paying. You know, the query is not that these ones who are estimating are not paying, but they're paying based on the estimate, you know. Of course, it will be more efficient if it was, you know, specific, as you have said, which is why I'm saying we need to explore how you help us ensure that Nairobians know it's a crime to deny access to the water meter reader and to the power, electricity, or any other public officer, you know, executing his mandate. So we can give the incident reports, the daily logs. I don't know if were they asked for.
No, they were not asked.
You see, Chair, it is for the entity. Once a query has been asked, like that progress report of the number of meters that you've been able to move, what you've done, that would satisfy the auditor, governor, as to what you are doing as an entity. And then you say, progressively engineer that in the next 5 years or so, we will have phased out this issue of estimating meters. And I've never had anyone in this day and age running away from technology that will help you to be able to resolve your problem. So I was a bit shocked, Governor, that it is the thinking of the Nairobi County government that technology is bad. That you would not advise people to adopt technology. We are doing smart meters in electricity, Governor.
That is what your view is. That's not the position. He has explained the cost vis-a-vis the return on the accuracy of a smart meter and what do you call this? And the mechanical meter. That's just what he said, you know. Chair, can I answer number 1.2?
Yeah, you can proceed to 1.2, but I just wanted to say, Makilaki is telling me that on page 5 of the report, there is a material uncertainty in the audit report. Material uncertainty in relation to going concern. Page 5, query number 8. Now, what I wanted to say is that all these issues about losses, they all build up towards that one, because they make now the company be unsustainable. Yeah, because we have that one. If you look at long outstanding trade receivables, 4 billion, so all that will build towards that main query on going concern of the company. So I think it's in the interest to try and find out a solution to this problem, and I think one of the solutions is legislation.
Yes.
Yeah, and there was a bill called the Critical Infrastructure Bill, which was supposed to address such things.
Sure. Yes.
So I think maybe from our end we can try and fast track the legal aspects. But Engineer Muguna, you can't run away from technology. Technology will be expensive initially, but it will help you save a lot as you go on.
But Chair, you don't just adopt technology for the sake of it.
Yeah.
It must give a benefit. That's why you create it. Now, if the cost of it is actually, as you're saying, going concern, is not commensurate. Before you do any new, engagement, you do a viability, you do a feasibility study. You have to look at, what value is it adding to your customer, not for the sake of it. Otherwise, that will be the second query. That's what you'll be asking us next time, So sometimes it sounds very exciting. But, and I'll give you an example. We did a whole study with Sureka about, not Sureka, there was a big study on solar streetlights. And, Chair, these are experts globally who have shown us that we're at the point of technology we have today, because it's 1,000 years to solarize the whole of the city. In 3 years, most of those lights are lighting from 6 to 9 p.m. and going off. and you have to replace. It sounds nice to say let's run towards this technology, but you have to be prudent in understanding what are the real facts, what is the cost, how do you install it, what benefit are we getting. So, yes, we believe in technology. Chair, that is how we've raised the highest revenue of Nairobi Water. He's told you about the GIS. I have a dashboard. I can tell what everyone is paying every day from across the city, you know. But before I got into office, they had only hit 8.9 billion. First year we did 10.5. This last year you've done what, 12.13? 11.8 billion. You know, it's going up, and that is our intention. But it can only go up when you're prudent in the decisions you make. You don't just do it for the whims that it sounds nice to do 1, 2, 3. Those are management decisions, Chair.
Okay, let's make progress.
So 1.2.
1.1, you can read them simultaneous. 1.2, 1.3.
Now, or smart meters. If a country like UK, London uses mechanical meters, the meters are manufactured in UK and most of those European countries.
Maybe
you go to
Engineer
Amsterdam.
Muguna, let the governor read the response and then you can.
It's about the.
It's just adding
smart
context to the issue of smart
Okay.
meters. He's saying,
If you go to Amsterdam, which I know many of us go
Before that, yeah. Please just speak for yourself, engineer. Speak for yourself.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you. If you in Google, where you are seated, I believe everybody has a smart meter here. If you in Google, you will find the smart phone. You will find Thames Water in London uses mechanical meters. You will find Waternet of Netherlands uses mechanical meters. And you will find many of those countries, they actually even started metering water 2012, not even
Okay, so now that you have
That's
Googled,
enough.
how many workers in those water companies have been set upon by dogs because somebody refused to open a gate in London? How does it happen there in Amsterdam?
now. It doesn't happen in those countries
Yeah,
because
so please compare apples to apples. The situation in London is totally different from our situation here.
the countries manufacturing the smart meters are not using them. That's the point the media has made. They're manufacturing for people who would be excited by the word smart meter, but they are not implementing it. Chair 1.2.
Chair, Chair, I know we want to move to 1.2, but I always wear the blue hat in this in this committee, Governor. At the end of the day, this exercise must end on a resolved query. Are we getting it, Chair? It must end on a resolved query. So, Chair, I wanted a direction on how does the governor approach query number 1 in terms of documentary evidence that is supposed to be given to the auditor within watch time? Because while we might over-focus on the issue of access, we have also had, and that's why you have got EACC there, we've also had dubious means where corrupt meter readers are also there. That will also be another issue. So in the absence of that documentary evidence, you take the word, the verbal statement of the governor's officers as law, which is not necessarily always the truth. I'm not imputing any improper motive on the.
Is the issue of the corrupt water meters in the audit?
It is
Or it's
not,
an allegation,
but
or
it
what is
can
it?
it can also be a potential reason for the lack of access.
Okay,
Okay,
honorable
so
members.
if there's no direction on the evidence, documentary evidence as a direction, Chair, then this is in futility.
Okay, I think the governor mentioned that there are incident reports.
The incident reports in the logs.
So maybe we can ask the auditor. Auditor, you can try and sample out the incident reports for these accounts.
We would
And
want
then-
them to come physically.
Yes.
You can imagine how many there are.
There are many.
It's very, very bulky. you
So
know.
I think that's very important. Number 2, we have directed that maybe the issue of legislation be looked at. Yeah, but this query remains unresolved because the auditor will continue raising it. So long as the estimated accounts are still there, I'm sure the auditor will continue raising it
Yeah.
until the query is fully.
I think it would have been useful also to show cumulatively over the past few years, is this number going up or down? You know, because there's been tremendous progress. So this 15,000, which is 6%, is actually a great reduction.
So let me direct like this. The auditor, you will look at the incident reports, you look at, you analyze the trend from the other years to present and provide those reports to us maybe in the next 30 days.
Chair, they should not forget the update on the meters from the 15,000, what they have done so far, the ones that have been relocated and so on and so forth, and
Yeah.
then they can give a time estimate on when they think all those 15,000 will be done.
Yeah, that's another, but that now will be a response from the county government. I see, EACC, you are trying to raise your hand.
Chair, I think for me it's just to find out in terms of prevention, because I see they mentioned the issue of self-reading, where they are sensitizing the customer to do the self-reading, which we are aware even KPLC has taken something similar. And I just wanted to find out maybe how it's done and the progress in terms of the uptake from the customers. Thank you. The other issue could be the issue. Yes, the second issue is the aspect of the estimate, whether the estimate is usually lower, or how do you ensure that the estimate is maybe higher than the actual reading, just trying to make sure it's higher, it's punitive, so that these customers can maybe come to the office to complain or something.
Now,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
You can proceed.
The chair.
The second bit may be one of the solution.
Uptake of self-meter reading. People are taking it up, particularly those who have gate locked or those who live in the informal settlements, where it's a bit difficult for us to access the meters. So people are taking it up, and we also go to verify. Once you send your reading, we also, after 1 or 2 months, we go and verify. On the issue of estimates, we use 3 months actual estimate, actual readings which were done in that account before to make our estimates. And just like what His Excellency said, these estimated accounts, because I had also a member saying it's a loss of revenue. When you estimate, actually some of them pay based on those estimates. So we estimate and get also revenue out of it. Thank you.
His concern was through the chair that if the estimates you do it higher so that they feel the pinch of paying more than when they open and then you read the meters. So have you considered making it higher?
Thank you so much. That's a new area we are going to explore of estimating so that somebody can show up. Yes. Thank you.
I think let's proceed to 1.2 and 1.3 at the same time.
Chair, just on that, any action taken by government must seem fair. Unless it's a penalty that is passed as a law, overestimating, if any person takes you to court, it will be very difficult to explain why you've done an additional charge as opposed to what this person has been paying, unless it's an actual penalty. So we can actually pass a penalty in the county government that then will serve the same purpose, but legally and for fair administrative action, you need to be able to explain how have you come up with this, and our 3 months, weighted average is something that is objective, and that anybody can say, okay, this is what has gone into it. Chair, on 1.2, the disconnection module of the billing system was not operational to enable tracking of disconnected accounts. The module was operationalized in the subsequent, in financial year 2024-2025. This will improve the disconnection of unpaid bill monitoring of disconnected accounts. Water service providers, for instance, and this is just an example, in Kiambu County, was not disconnected. We give them water, and we communicated non-payment of the water service provider bills to WASREP, which is the regulatory authority, to assist in collection of the same. and we've attached the letter to WASREB with the outstanding bills from other water service providers. We also seeded domestic accounts in Gudrai and Kaosukari to Kiambu County. These accounts were partly built during the financial year. This also goes hand in hand, let me just give a comment, to government entities that are not paying. Yeah, we owed a total of 1.4 billion. If you look at it, Ministry of Defense alone owes us 121 million shillings. The police, 112 million shillings. Sports and culture, 22 million shillings, and so on and so forth. I can give you that detail. The water service providers for Kiambu is what I've listed there. That comes to 449 million shillings. Public schools, 168 million shillings, or to Nairobi Water. Transport Ministry, etc. Correctional, the jails, or 81 million shillings. And so that's also another area that we would want to work together with you to resolve. On 1.3, the list of 10,191 accounts queried by the Auditor General included 7,031 accounts that had already been de-enrolled or discontinued. The account status is D, and they are not active. In the same list, 465 accounts were in the application stage, that is status A, meaning they were in the process of being contracted. A total of 2,695 accounts had a status of current and were therefore active. So those are the ones which you can focus on. Analysis of these 2,695 accounts revealed the following. 1,149 accounts had their meters installed in the subsequent financial year. So of course they don't make it into the previous year statements. 683 accounts did not have meters installed by the time of analysis. The analysis was done in February of 2025. 863 accounts could not be billed due to various system technical controls, such as pending special work orders, which are only billed once the work order is resolved. So as of February 2025, this year, 1938 of the 2695 active accounts had been billed. I'll allow the MD or anyone else to give further context.
MD. Thank you so much. On 1.2, just like His Excellency has said, some of these accounts which are not which are billed but not paying. We have an example of 246 or 245 accounts of public primary schools, which even disconnect. Actually, Senator Sifuna, Mheshimiwa, he will be the first one to learn to me saying that school must be reconnected. And all politicians in Nairobi, once they disconnect the primary schools, that's the first, they learn to my office first. And they actually show clearly that the capitation they are receiving is not enough to pay for water. They are given, understand, 9 shillings to pay for water per student. So when you look at the volume of water the student uses in those primary schools, you cannot, unless you are very new, unless us as a company, we now take over the, being very humane to the schools. The second one, many of the government institutions are not paying. The military has not paid since October last year, as an example. Before that, still they were not paying. If you try to disconnect, you cannot disconnect. The meters are guarded by, okay, you understand what I mean. Okay. You can go to Moyambis, you cannot be able to disconnect. Now, I don't know how you, okay. No, how do I name the government and I'm also part of the government? It becomes very ironical. Actually, that's why we don't like some of these things in these reports. So when you come to number 1.3, also you will find there are some areas in 1.2, informal settlement areas. It's a cat and mouse game. You disconnect, they reconnect. If you disconnect actually they go to the main line. They puncture the main line, they take the water without metering. So sometimes in some of the informal settlements, sorry to say this, we actually encourage them water to pass through the meter. I don't disconnect so that I can account for the water. Otherwise, what we would want to ask this assembly, the committee here to assist is using the money you provide for the old people, the social money the government provides, and the equitable money. The government should be paying for water in the informal settlement. It's a better endeavor than giving people money there. Then they take alcohol, they kill themselves. So pay for water, you'll avoid people getting themselves with alcohol. You'll avoid waterborne diseases in the informal settlements. So the government should, instead of giving them cash, pay for water. We give them water, and many countries and many cities do that. Okay, so please assist us in that area. So some of these accounts you see, led not paying. There are many in the informal settlements. We actually encourage them to take the water through the meter. Okay. Number 1.3, just the way the report is written, we have actually accounted for the meters which were said to be active but non-billed. As of now, it's just 600 which we are contracting, or there are some technical issues which may not allow us to have connected them. So that one has been resolved. We have done the attachment to show the actions which have been taken.
Auditor, what is your comment?
Thank you, Chair. For paragraph 1.2, that was the position as at 30th June. However, we do not know the current status of the bills, whether some have been paid for or not. So we would have appreciated to receive the status of these bills, how much has been paid and how much are still not paid for. Again, on paragraph 1.3, we received a printout of several accounts. Our data was based on the period July to 30th June. But now we don't know what period this data relates to. So for us to be able to confirm this, and that's why we have said it's partially addressed, we need to access the system and go through it to see whether the data relates to that particular period. And report in the 2024-2025 financial report. Thank you.
Just a clarification, auditor. When you, as an auditor, says an account is active, what does that mean?
When we say an account is active, we mean that the account has been metered and somebody has been assigned to it for water consumption.
So, Chair, when the governor says of the 10,191 accounts queried by the governor, by the Auditor General, 7,000 of those accounts had already been de-enrolled. Governor, how can the auditor see an account being active for a whole 12 months, but according to you, that account is de-enrolled, whatever that means? How long does it take for you to, I don't know, to de-enroll an account?
Through the chair. In this report, we have indicated very well that in our system, the account is marked D, implying the account is discontinued. But
so where is the auditor getting A? Where is he getting active?
Now, that's what you should tell us. Because if the account status is D, that's what it means. Possibly, I don't know whether the team did not explain that to you, or...
Did you have access to the system?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, that time we had access to the system. And if for example, I refer you to the document that is provided here,
Yes.
you realize that whatever is being called disconnected. We have some, there are some accounts with meter numbers. There are others that do not have meter numbers, yet they relate to periods dating back to 2020, 2021. So we may not, we could not necessarily rely on this particular document that is here. But when the analysis was being done, it was being done through the system, in the whatever data that was in the system. And that's why I was saying, Honorable Chair, that we can only be able to go through the square once we access the same system, so that we are able to compare the data, what was there and what is currently there. But that is the outcome that was of the analysis. The outcome of the analysis that was carried out.
But does the explanation make sense? Because the system is available for you to access.
Honorable Chair, yes, it makes sense, but subject to confirmation in the system.
Chair, I'm just wondering, Auditor, the questions the Governor, the FD are asking you, did you have a sitting, an exit report where maybe those issues could have been addressed between you and the water company? Because it seems it's like you never engaged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, we had a sitting, and after the sitting, a management letter was issued. After the management letter, second letter was issued. We call it draft audit report, and then the audit report. So, if there was anything to clear the issues, then it should have been provided during that meeting, or even during this time.
No. Chair, I think there's a confusion here that will answer Senator Sifuna's question. The document you're referring to right now, was this document given before the raising of the certificate or after?
Thank you, Chair. This is after.
After.
Yes, when they are
So
providing the response.
the audit query is based on the document that were given in the audit process. Do we have those documents? And at that time, were these 7,031 accounts reading A or D? That's what this Sifuna is asking. Because these are documents that must then be further examined by the auditor. Because the certificate has been raised, and we have said a number of times that once a certificate has been raised, we cannot undo that certificate. This document will only be important, in my view, in the subsequent year, unless I'm not clear with the audit process. But then it doesn't help with answering this query as is now, unless you're saying that we push this query to the next audit cycle. So my question is, were there documents that were handed to you and the system during the audit process? And at that time, were these 7,031 accounts active? That's the question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, whatever is contained in the report is what came out from the analysis that was done on the system. So whatever is being provided here, I think I've even seen the responses. I think is an analysis done in February 2025, way after the conclusion of the audit report.
Okay. Chair, well, just one final clarification, because on this 1.2, there are these 23,000 accounts that were billed a total of 344 million, but the payment was not made. I have had an attempt by Engineer Muguna to hide behind school children. Has he provided you with a breakdown of these 23,384 accounts? Because the schools cannot be more than 200. And the security installations, as he's talking about, I don't think they are more than 15 or 20. So do you have a breakdown of these accounts? And auditor, is it not possible for you, if there is controversy as to whether an account is active or not, can't you sample just one of those accounts or 5 of them and visit the place physically? Are you allowed to do that?
Yes. Yeah, it is possible. Thank you. It is possible for us to do that.
Because that's how you catch a liar. If they are saying that this account is discontinued and you suspect it is not, just pick 5 of those premises, that preferably the ones that don't have dogs, and then you pay a visit there. But do you have a breakdown of this 23,384 in query number 1.2?
And auditor, I also wanted, not auditor, governor. I've seen there is 3 WSPs for Kiambu County who drew water worth 547 million, which they have not paid. So I just wanted to know whether there is any agreement with these WSPs and whether you supply bulk water or it's metered water.
There are 3 of them: Karuri, Kiambu, Karuri Water and Sanitation, then there's Kiambu Water and Sewerage,
and Githunguri.
And then Githunguri. And of course, our coordination is through the regulatory authority, that is WASREB. And we've attached correspondence between us and WASREB, but maybe the MD can give the details of that arrangement with them.
Yeah, MD, please.
Thank you so much, through the chair. Yes, these are county water service providers. We give them water through bulk meters. They sell or distribute, then they pay to us, but they rarely pay. And
so do you have an agreement?
For them not to pay?
No, you have a signed agreement with them.
The accounts were opened. The accounts were opened many years back. I don't have a specific agreement at the moment, but these accounts were Kiambu Water has been existing since water started coming, since like, I think 1970, 73, when the first water started flowing to Nairobi through Kiambu. And when the system was being done, there was a provision to ensure Kiambu town gets water from the line bringing water to Nairobi. There was also a provision for Katundu to get water when the pipes are bringing water to Nairobi. And the accounts were opened those years under the defunct State Council of Nairobi.
So there is no agreement at all with them?
The connection is here of opening the document, opening the accounts themselves. It's an agreement.
Jay, do you have an agreement with the water you get at home? You're a customer. You're billed.
No, I'm imagining if it is, the Water Act has that arrangement where you can supply bulk water as a WSP to another WSP.
Yeah.
Or you supply as a bulk water provider. So in that arrangement, there is a provision for an agreement.
Yeah. You see, the Water Act came way after we have been already supplying these places. Because the Katundu example, that is from Ngedu in the 1974 Ngedu. But I mean, if it's for good order, it would be nice for us to create new agreements. We would do that. But we've seen no need for it so far. Yeah. And actually, the Water Act, Chair, I wish we could get time to interact with yourself or maybe the relevant committee. There are a lot of provisions that are unconstitutional with respect to the devolved function of water. And some of those, in fact, speak to the second query. When you look at even how the tariffs are set, like WASREB wants us to pay them 1.7 billion and to charge 4%. It cannot, it takes away the authority of the devolved entity in playing their mandate in the law. And remember that Water Act, I think it has been a bit controversial. So I think at the COG, the relevant committee is trying to engage, but I'll follow that up because we're really victims of all of that, Chair.
So I think you asked us, what can we do for you as a Senate? I think this is one matter that they flag, because it is a communication that was sent to WASREB, and the amount involved is huge, 547 million. So I think we can intervene as a committee on this.
Yes, thank you.
We do a communication to WASREB on this matter. Flag.
Chair.
Yes.
My question was regarding the deactivation that was done. So I'm just wondering whether it was done after the audit process. And also feel the CEO, many explanations should have been done to the auditors before or, instead of, being done during this process. So I feel, there are many other things that we have even tackled before. We didn't have to tackle them here. But then just the deactivation, I was just wondering whether it was done after the audit process.
How is deactivation done? Deactivation is done this way. Take an example of you have apartments and you have realized that your tenants are not paying for water. So you amalgamate your accounts to one account. So you are left with one active account. The other accounts are enrolled. So that now you start charging your customers direct, then you pay the water company for that water. This is something which has been happening all along, not 2023-24 financial year, no. It has been happening in the past. So the system has this, that's why we have written this course, which tells you active account D and the enrolled account this.
I think this query just relates to the communication at that time and not understanding what these things mean between ourselves, if you ask me. And again, the system is available for that checking to be done, Chair. Because 7,000 is compared to 10,000 is a very big number. And then also those in application stage. The smaller 465, but still it's that understanding. And I would want to know which officers were engaging at that point would have avoided this. And I think the management response should have had this as well. How it stayed to the final, I don't understand, because at that stage, access to the system was still available to the auditors. They could have accessed and confirmed, yes, we can see this is D. And in fact, this D has been amalgamated to create this new account. And it's happening a lot with a lot of the apartments and such places. So Chair, I think this is one of those that remained unnecessarily. This should have been, it's very straightforward, Chair, if you ask me.
Maybe Mark, I can hear from you, because I think that means during the audit process, I think a lot more communication needs to happen so that you pick all the necessary information you require.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the audit process enumerated under the Public Audit Act provides the client the opportunity to respond to any queries that are raised. During the audit, we are raising these queries with expecting responses. And after the audit, we also have the exit meeting, where during the meeting we are discussing the issues that are likely to appear. And if those are responded to then the Chair, those issues are considered addressed. We then do a management letter. Now this is in writing, where we say these are the issues that we have raised, please respond. And where the response is not given, Chair, that issue then goes finally to the draft report. The draft report basically shows these are the issues that are going to appear in your report. Do you have any other, do you have any supporting documents perhaps to address these issues? And it's at that point then that the report appears in the certificate of the Auditor General. So Chair, there is adequate opportunity to respond, and where that response is not given, that's when it appears in the audit report. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Maybe the finance director can confirm and clarify on this specific response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The finance director, the CEC water, you must be well acquainted with the PFM. I think section, is it 184? Legal. That requires continuous monitoring of financial performance of entities below you, and particularly the audit queries and the audit process. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. We did provide our response to the queries in the management letter and the draft audit report. The 10,191 accounts that are mentioned in the report, what we've printed and attached there, it is the same 10,000. relating to the same period, 2023-2024. So even what appears there as account status is for the period 2023-2024. This is something that the auditors can confirm should they access the system again. And it's still intact. Thank you.
So it seems that we're going to have a back and forth again on this matter. So I think we can just say that this query has to be looked at in detail between yourselves and the auditor, so that in the next financial year we get better communication on some of these things. So let's move to...
Yeah. What was the revenue loss as a result of this? Because this query, as we said, it impacts material uncertainty. And I think that we are handling it casually. Because that substantive difference between the auditor and the county, I think it's not a light one, because when you look at it in terms of the accounts, that is 7,000 accounts that are in dispute. In fact, there are not 7,000 accounts, because the governor is saying there was 2,695 that were those are the only ones that were active. So that means that the bulk of what the auditor has captured here as active accounts that were not billed. Is there an estimation of what that could have led in terms of revenue loss? Because it will inform how we handle this issue when we get to material uncertainty, because there are two approaches. One is go with the auditor's take, which is those 7,031 accounts that are in dispute were actually just not billed and they were active, in which case there will be revenue loss that must be accounted for. Or go with the story of the governor that these 731 accounts have been disconnected, which then will bring us into the question of how do we try and fill the gap for this in terms of revenue loss, which is justified, to get new accounts that then can be able to answer the question of cash flow. I don't know whether you're seeing my sense, because it directly impacts the query on material uncertainty. And we have to go with one story, Chair. We have to go with either the story of the auditor or the story of the governor on this particular query, 1.3. Otherwise, then we will glaze over the material uncertainty. It's a P&L question that then we will be tied again to what you'll see about 8 billion on non-revenue water.
Chair, first just to clarify, on this particular matter, I have the response that was done. And the response done to the auditor was clear that from the list of 10,182 stated, 7,010 are discontinued and enrolled, hence will not be billed. And we gave that same explanation even then. Why it carried on, I can't understand, because we gave that explanation and the system was available, to be accessed. I think the direction you give on now moving from now, that they can come and look at it again, is good, because the steps that the auditor has read are steps known to all of us. But how a query remains there when you have explained and you have shown and you're available to give the data it completely beats me. I don't understand why. I don't understand. Because that's the response I've read out that was given. At the point of receiving that response, they could have said, no, we want to come and look at the system. Just to resolve it, because that is the essence of an audit, isn't it? And that's the stage it should have been done, Chair.
Chair, perhaps as the auditor is going to come into this, because there are two issues here we're going to look at: the issue of material uncertainty and the issue of non-revenue water, which is at 51%. And if you look at that in terms of absolute value, is over 8 billion. That's not small amount of money. Auditor, were the 10,192 accounts, did they receive water? Let's walk a step back. Because they could be active, but they're not receiving water. For instance, when you see when the governor attempted here to say that these 731 were discontinued, basically it means that they did not receive water. In your view, did all of them receive water?
Thank you, Chair. Our expectation is that because they were active, they were receiving water.
So you see the stalemate, Governor?
No, but we said they're not active. You see, if it's not active, it's not active.
I think the way forward, honorable members.
Yes, the D, the system says it's D, we printed out it's D, we answered and explained to you. Now, if you insist it's active, does it become active?
That's why we were saying you sample them. Just sample the accounts.
So, auditor, what you can do, sample of a few accounts and go and recheck and come back to us in 14 days. 14 days, to be fair to them.
But even as we do that, as a Senate committee, and you're doing oversight, maybe you should give us clarity or direction on what happens on something that is materially should not be in a report. That information has been provided, an answer has been given, because you're also oversighting the Auditor General, that this audit query should not have appeared completely. So what happens when the auditor ignores information that is given on a specific query? What happens?
Thank you,
Because also the auditor can be wrong. You remember there's a time we came for an audit. I don't know what matter it was. It was SG. The issue of tankers. Tankers. And they almost made it look like we have how many? 2.4 billion. You remember that issue when it was a material mistake by the auditor, but nothing happens. So it will be good for, as we move forward, for also everyone to know they have a responsibility, to follow those steps.
Because I am also audited, and we go through this every single year. I remember there was a time when the auditor was insisting that we should not disclose in our books how much money we expect from government under the law, because they're saying we are over budgeting and the revenues are not matching the budget. But when you sit with the officers from the Auditor General and you exchange correspondence, you will tell them you object to this being like this or stated like this, and then they will say, no, this is the reason why we're doing. You go through that process with them during the audit process, and you keep record. Because these matters cannot emerge here. Of course, they can make mistakes.
That's why
but it is the responsibility of the entity that is being audited. You can demonstrate that you've provided documents. You can demonstrate that you disagree with the auditor's view by the correspondence that you exchange during the audit process.
That's why I've shown you the letter we wrote on that issue.
That's what I'm saying. So beyond that, really, I don't know what your expectation would be, Governor.
No, the committee should have a provision, as you give your report, also to sanction the auditor. Yes.
Chair, Honorable Chair.
Yes, I think we did that. When we did the Public Audit Act, I was in Parliament. And the question that has always been there of who audits the auditor, came up. Of course, the National Assembly gets an entity, because everybody must have a responsibility, These days, you find a sensational headline, either from the Controller of Budget or the Auditor General. And then when you look at the crux of the matter, we're just eroding all public trust in institutions, So I was just saying it as a, by the way, it's not a material thing. But when we've given an answer, in all honesty, you have access to the system, yet you don't do your part, something needs to be done as well, Chair.
Fair enough. So I think the auditors, I give you the 14 days, go and verify the information and come back to us on that query. But I'll give you an opportunity to say something. Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. What I want to mention is that sometimes you can include a report in the management letter, and then the client responds without giving any support to that. Now, in the case that we have here, you will find that the data that we have been provided We have received some analysis on the same, which has been done from the response in February 2025. So if this analysis had actually been done then it would have been provided then, and the auditor would have reconfirmed. So I doubt that this information was provided then. The figures would have been provided, yes, but the data to support those figures may not have been provided.
I've directed that you go and reconfirm and come back to us in 14 days. Yeah. So let's proceed to query on long outstanding trade and other payable. This is almost similar to that, to what we have covered, but it is about people who have not paid, 4.1 billion. Auditor?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Long outstanding trade and other payables. The statement of financial position, and as disclosed in Note 29 to the financial statements, reflects trade and other payables balance of Kenya shillings 5 billion 344 million 30,050. However, included in the balance are trade and other payables balance of Kenya shillings 4 billion 144 million 716,223, which had been outstanding for more than 180 days. In the circumstances, the accuracy, validity, completeness of trade and other payables balance of Kenya shillings 4 billion 144 million 716,223 could not be confirmed. Thank you.
Sorry, these are payables. These are people who are owed. So, Governor, you can respond.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, the number looks big. Let me answer what I wrote first, then I can give context. As observed, the company's payables stood at 5.3 billion, which includes 2.2 billion owed to LAP Trust. That accumulated from the actuarial deficit and interest, and the company was at that time pursuing a loan to settle that amount. 1.7 billion was release fees, and 490 million were abstraction fees. While the difference of 900 million is what now relates to people who have been paid, relates to trade payables, which is approximately within the credit period. The current tariff is not responsive to inflation and cost recovery. However, we're engaging WASREB for approval of a new tariff that is that has cost recovery and responsive to inflation. We're also putting mechanisms, just to keep improving revenue. So, Chair, just two parts to that. One, the 2.2 billion is an old debt about the LAP Trust. And that was a LAP Trust DB fund, which is closed, defined benefit fund. At that point, the company was pursuing a facility, and we had given authority, but I withdrew that authority because the circumstances around that interest, was not prudent. I also withdrew because at that point I'm aware, and we're still ongoing, of a debt swap that we are pursuing with the national government. That debt swap, as of the last meeting we had, there was an issue of valuation. This relates to our land that the Supreme Court said belongs to us. So we expect 75 billion shillings that we can have in different tranches, that for one debt they will do a swap, for another debt they will pay us over time, for another one there's what we owe the national government. So that process is ongoing, and we should have a meeting actually this week to conclude. And so that is why I made the decision that it's good to save the county getting into debt, taking a loan, yet there is an impending process that can provide for you those resources. This 1.7 billion WASREB lease fees is part of what I'm saying is completely unconscionable. Like it is, I don't know how WASREB expects water service providers to operate when they ask for 4%.
4% of your revenue.
They're asking for 4% of your revenue. They have sat themselves, they have decided this is what they'll charge, and for doing nothing, Regulation or providing regulatory, whatever function they do, has no correlation with revenue, because they look at governance, they look at processes, they look at whether you're following the law. So that is something that we dispute. And I don't think the people of Nairobi would want us to pay 1.7 billion to a regulatory body. Yet 1.7 billion can be used to take water to Nyati Court and all these places that are underserved. So this is something we completely feel should not be what counties are charged. They can have a management fee that WSPs pay, a specific fee just for the administration, because WASREB doesn't build dams, they don't do anything, you know. I mean, beyond what their mandate is. Of course, I acknowledge the good work they do within their mandate. In fact, now we're negotiating with them a new tariff discussion, you know. We're still in that process for a new water tariff. So the actual amount, Chair, this Warma obstruction fees, I'll let the MD talk about. I'm not clear on the 490 million. The 900 million is what was payables, but we felt they're within the credit period, Chair. So it is not 5.4 billion owed to business people and hustlers. It is, as I've broken it down. The 1.7, I hope you can assist us. Another WSP 4% of revenue from an entity providing service. You know, we're not a profit-making entity, but an entity providing service to people, whether it is Nairobi, Water, Kiambu, Muranga, etc., I think is completely off and should not be allowed by this House. Thank you, Chair. Maybe MD can expound kindly.
Thank you so much. Okay. Let the MD expound, and then the auditor you comment, then members you come in.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Waroma, when we actually abstract low water from the rivers, we also buy that water from Water Resources Authority. That's the money which they have, which has accrued without us paying the full amount. But every month, again, we give Water Resources Authority 10 million shillings every month. From the revenue we collect, we give them 10 million shillings to pay for the water which we abstract from the rivers. So again, just like the governor is saying, I do not understand why we pay with that kind of money instead of extending services actually to the people of Nairobi, or not only Nairobi, any other county. So some of these fees should be actually scrubbed by the Senate or Parliament so that we can provide services. This is money we collect from the citizens direct. We should plow back that money to the citizens through service provision. Or rather, what is happening is we are giving the national government money, then we again come here to cry that we are unable to provide the service. We need subsidies from the national government. Again, this money you can see here, the 900 million, is the kind of the institutions, national government institutions, water service providers, who we give water, they don't pay. This is the money which is pending as unpaid. When you look at the normal domestic customers, the amount pending is very low from them. Thank you so much.
Chair, let me give to the auditors first. Auditor, your comments on the response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This was the position as at that June 2024. What we have not received is a document to show how much of this has been recovered, including 900 million being mentioned there. So we don't know whether it was current because we have not seen how much has been paid as at now. Thank you.
Okay, Governor, I want to agree with you on the issue of WASREB. This committee we are actually finalizing a report on the issue of the water sector. And one of the things we are questioning is WASREB fees. Because WASREB is a national government entity. Why would county governments be the ones to finance WASREB? Yet is a national government entity. So we have issues there, which this Senate, this committee is trying to address on that. So maybe you can, as one way of helping you can do a formal correspondence to this committee on that matter so that we can pick it up. Let me start. He was first to request.
Yeah, so, first, Governor, we want to assure you that on that particular issue, we are with the governors on this one. Those of us who believe in devolution proper first of all, do not believe that this institution should even exist. Because if water is a devolved function, I don't even know what you're doing negotiating with them. You as a county entity or county government should be the one to set the rates for the products. There was an even greater conversation in the Senate one time that we get a lot of our water from, say, Muranga. We should be paying Muranga that money for that abstraction and not this national government, if indeed Muranga can claim that the water belongs to them. But we know that the water does not belong to them. It just happens to be there. But my... Yes. I'm being told it came from Nyandarua. It was just passing through Muranga. I don't know how true that is. But my issue is sometimes, Governor, you use language that is very deceptive here. When you say that the current tariff is not responsive to inflation and cost recovery, what are you saying? And when you say you want review of tariffs in Nairobi, can you say with a straight face that you want Nairobians to pay more for the water? Engineer Muguna is saying that we, the domestic users, are actually the best in terms of payments. So why do you want to punish us by reviewing the tariff upwards?
Review, no one has said upwards, Senator.
Are you saying downwards?
First of all, no one has said upwards.
So are you saying downwards?
It doesn't have to be up or down.
Sure.
It is how a tariff has components.
Yes.
Yeah. There are different variables that create a tariff. That is what you remember we have had the discussion on Green Nairobi company that is supposed to get a percentage from the water tariff without necessarily making it more or higher. That's the discussion we're in. Nairobians pay for their water very well. And even several breweries. And East Africa breweries are taking, is it a sixth of our water? 100 million liters per day, yet we have 600. So sometimes, I was wondering why are we giving breweries so much water, but still, it's our citizens still who drink the product from there. Nairobi Bottlers is number 2, Kenyatta University number 3. They're paying, so that's not the issue. But the issue was this issue of now WASREP wanting us to pay them 4% of our revenue. I think that should be, and I will write, Chair.
Yeah, that one we are on agreement. So can you just state for the record, the people of Nairobi should not expect higher water tariffs?
No, you can't box me to say that, to make an announcement.
That's what you have said.
No, I've said what I've said. I've said what I've said, Senator. Don't get an announcement. But when you want to announce the tariff, it will be announced.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My concern was, we, the users of the water,
yeah,
you've confirmed yourself. We just want you to insulate us from higher tariffs when you are doing this negotiation. As we fight for you, you leave WASREP to us, but you make an assurance to
Senator, I'm also a good politician. I have said what I've said.
And we have also noted what you have refused.
Exactly, yes. That's good.
Resolution of the Senate on payment of monies that were pending to Trust and Love Fund. Wasn't there a resolution of the Senate to give timelines for the payment of that?
Yes, in fact, that's what I wanted to raise with the governor. We had an inquiry, a full inquiry done by this committee on the issue of outstanding pension, yes, where counties owe pensioners close to 80 billion shillings. So this matter was serious. We did a resolution of the House. We recommended the creation of a task force by by Treasury. Treasury has created the task force. The task force has collected views from all the counties, but they have not submitted the reports to us yet because they said they have not met Nairobi County.
That is not true. I've met them.
And your bill
I have met them, Chair.
Your bill is 8.7 billion.
In fact, Chair, I have guided them on how to rehabilitate something called actual deficit.
Yeah.
The maths that they were using is completely wrong from professional point of view. Actual deficit cannot be charged at the same time as the interest, especially when an entity is engaging. And just that alone, my intervention at the 14th floor of Treasury has almost halved what these companies are asking counties. Chair, I remember I was the chairman of Labour in this house.
Yeah.
And that discussion started then. In fact, at some point we had proposed a conditional grant to counties to be able to address the issue of the verified outstanding amounts in pensions. As we speak, I'm also the chair of human resource at the COG. So it's something I'm very well seized of. And Nairobi's position is that we want to offset it in a way that is not going to create more debt to the city, which had been the loan. So the task force should not use that as an excuse. I've sat with them. In fact, after the meeting, they asked me to do for them a paper, because I think we educated them a bit. The problem was that what was being proposed by the actuaries of the companies, or rather of the institutions that are owed. So you see, it was skewed towards them. And I'll give you an example. In Nairobi, we cleared, for instance, I've cleared my entire lab fund debt, which is a milestone. I've cleared the principal, but the interest is still there. So now I'm only paying interest, yet somebody is going to come and claim actuarial deficit. Professionally, that's not how it's supposed to be done. And so we're engaging with them. But the point is that we wanted ours cleared by way of that swap. And number two, I have attended that task force and we've engaged very positively. That time it was chaired by Albert Mwenda.
So Governor, we have seen your colleagues do agreements with these institutions. Makueni is the most recent example that I can remember. Do you have agreements with these institutions on how we are going to clear these debts?
No.
Because if it's just statements of intent, then they are not helpful to us.
So the outcome of that process is to now present the new bill, what amount it is. As I told you, we've almost halved based on that reclassification that we've done within the task force. When I went to, I think, who did I go with? South Kerich, yeah, and some members of my team. So you do an agreement based on now what they're saying, okay, based on this is what we owe you, or rather you owe us.
So what stage is that process?
There's a task force, I don't know, it's under Treasury. Once they conclude, then they will have now a figure that they are claiming from us. That is what we are waiting for.
So actually we have invited the CS twice to appear before us and table the final report, which has a number of recommendations, including having debt settlement agreements with those companies, including even conditional grant from the national government, and also including having a bond that can be given to counties to clear, and then they pay back. So there's a raft of recommendations.
And Chair, I'll ask you to be really keen on that. Without imputing any improper motive, some of these institutions have in the past used that issue of the debt to get assets from counties, to untwist counties. You need to protect how the debts are sorted out. And if we had time, I would come and give some recommendations when it comes to that. It happened in Nairobi in previous administrations. They gave out, which estate is this? Mariakani Estate. And they have not even been able to recoup yet. The potential of partnering with these institutions to create a bankable project that then has beneficiaries, both the county and your debt is sorted out, is huge, because they have a lot of liquidity, Chair. So that's the direction you should take. Okay. An engagement with them, for instance, Your Excellency, but also Your Excellent, you're becoming a governor. I can give you an example of a project we're looking at around the CBD with them that would cost maybe around 9 billion, but we do it as a joint venture. Even urban renewal, housing, if we go into joint ventures with these funds, one, they're able to adhere to the RBA ratio of assets and liquidity. Number two, they're able to ensure the pensioners have, assured income over time, because that is what is most important. And three, you don't burden counties. That is what my proposal would be on that regard.
Chair.
Yes, proceed.
Chair, long outstanding trade and other payables is usually, the audit query here is that they are not within the credit period, which is the outstanding more than 180 days. What the auditor is trying to allude here is very simple. Are they being considered fast charge? because that is what should happen, given that, again, I still go back to the issue of material and material uncertainty. But, Chair, the response here with what is the financial statements do not tally. And I want us to go to note 8, I mean, not 29 of the financial statements, so that perhaps you can just help me understand some things, Governor, here. Because I believe that the financial statements are not prepared by the auditor. From the signing, I can see here it is signed by Paul Omondi, Chairman Arnold Karanja, and MD Nation Muguna. Those are the people who signed this financial document, isn't it, Governor? So let's go to note 8, not two. I don't know what I'm saying. Note 8, note 29. So in note 29, the trade and payables is 2.7 billion. Is that so, Auditor? Yes. I just want to be sure that this is the document that you received from the Governor.
Yes, Chair.
The gratuity accrued is 79 million. The employee payables is 2.3 billion. And then other payables is 116 million. I leave here confused. I don't know who you're owing, Governor. Because what you have given here and what the people who organized these finances did here are two different things. The only thing that is standing here is perhaps the outstanding amount that as observed by the auditor, which is 5.3 billion. But based on the audited finances, it's different.
Chair, you know, Senator Sifuna said something very useful, that many people here are not accountants. Let me just ask my finance director to explain to you very slowly what each part of this means.
Fine. That's fine.
You must protect us from the governor.
Oh, you're the one who introduced that.
Now he's casting aspersions as to our ability to comprehend. Financial
Okay,
statements.
let's go the way he
Using your
wants
words.
it. Let's go the way he wants it. There's no problem. Let's go just slowly as you want us to go through.
Proceed.
Even I am also not an accountant.
Accountant, proceed.
Thank you. Through the chairman, note 29, trade and other payables. We are looking at the column 2024. So the first one is trade payables, 2.7 billion. The 2.7 billion includes WASREB, that is in the response, includes WRA, which is in the response, that is Water Resources Management Authority, and the other sundry debtors. We've lumped them together. That is a 2.7. The schedules of the same are available. Gratuity accrued.
Can we have the schedule?
Yes, the schedule can be provided.
Is it in this financial statement?
Schedules are ordinarily not attached to the financial statements. They are provided at the time of audit.
Auditor, did you receive the schedule?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, the schedule supporting the balances have been received. They were received during the audit.
Do we have them here?
No, they are not there. Because
Okay.
the issue was the
They
issue
don't need
of
to. They don't need to be here. Those ones are provided during audit process.
No, because they don't tally with what you are saying, but continue.
Thank you. Gratuity accrued.
Sorry, Chair. What is not tallying with what?
Your explanation under your responses. Okay?
Is not tallying with what?
With what is officially in your financial document.
But
In
it
your-
is. Where's the difference? How much is the difference? It's
We-
5.3 and we're talking about 5.3. We're saying that 5.3 is all of these involved. 2.7 is in there. The 1.7 is in there. 2.2 for 90. It's all part of it. Then the balance of 900 is what is owed to suppliers and within the credit period. Unless I'm not understanding, Chair.
Just a simple illustration, Governor. On that, those notes, note 29, there is employee payables of 2.39, right?
Yes,
Would that be the amount that you say is due to LAP Trust?
that is LAP Trust, the 2.2, it's actually 2.236. There is LAP Fund, and there is Madison.
Now, the reason why our math is not mathing is you did not include any of those two other entities you have talked about in that response. That's why Eddie is saying it is not adding up.
Oh, now I understand.
So I think it is you to be explained to slow the government where our
Full
confusion has
disclosure.
come from. Because for us, we saw
So what's the question?
So the question was in the responses when you're itemizing in the responses you're itemizing, you should be able to itemize so that the figures tally add up to what is in the financial statements. That's what Eddie was saying. So you left out those two institutions. You said which one and which one?
Lab Fund and Madison.
Yeah.
However,
So
I
in
may
your response, Governor, you will see there's no reference to those two.
the debt owed to Lab Fund and Madison are current. The ones we mentioned in the response are the ones that are beyond 180 days.
Where is the 180 days?
So in the response, just include everything so that that confusion can be sorted out, because the figure is 2.2 here and 2.39.
No. We're not including everything. The question is, what is beyond 180 days? And that is why we've mentioned those that are beyond 180 days.
Chair, I think the issue here is, as we have said, we are also not experts. I think the issue is language. Because if you look at its long outstanding threat and other papers, and the governor and his team are saying they did not include those that are below 180 days. So basically, we should not belabor on issues that were not raised by the auditor.
Exactly.
And there is a detailed analysis on maturity of those payables. And
Where is that,
40 LI. I think under note 40.
Okay.
I can't see that, Chair, but
We have made a reference to 40, not 40. The risk management objectives and policies. 40 I, credit risk. It's not relating. It's not really. Okay. So what we have said is that as we wait for the correspondence from the county, we will try to intervene on the issue of 1.7 billion to WASREB, 2.2 billion to Lab Trust. It's a process that is already ongoing. We are waiting for the report from Treasury, and we'll be able to help the county on that.
On the WASREB and WARMA, maybe what they need to do as a council of governors, they need to raise issue on the regulations, because I believe the percentages are in the regulations, so that, we can review, we can make amendments on this.
Yeah, that will be done by the delegated legislation committee. They can do a request to the delegated legislation on the amendment of regulations.
The certain came up with them. They didn't even come to Parliament, as they should. Yeah. Maybe that is a way.
So let's move, honorable members. I'm seeing time is not on our side. So though we have 20 paragraphs to cover. We are only going to, after discussing with the clerk, we are only going to pick the key queries. That's a query on lack of land ownership documents. Then there is a query on trade and other receivables. And then there is a query on material uncertainty relating to going concern. There is a query on unaccounted for non-revenue water. And then there is an issue on unsustainable wage bill. Yeah, so we do those, and then we'll clear for the day. But I'm going to suggest that we have a health break for 5 minutes. When we come back, we start with a query on lack of land ownership documents. 5 minutes. Kariobangi sewage and Ruai is not listed there. We only have buildings, machinery, vehicles, equipment, computers, furniture. So maybe you can comment on that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. These are assets that are at the disposal of the company. For example, where those buildings are situated. Again, not everything that is in the PPE that is used to generate that revenue. For example, there is that first paragraph 3.1 where we have fully depreciated assets, which are also not included in these financial statements. They need revaluation. So, like now, the issue of the Dakaine Dam, you know that water is distributed and generates that income. So in essence, I think we think that these assets should be recognized in the books.
Any other? Senator Kisan?
The Chair, you heard what the governor said, that it might be safer maybe to have some of the titles in the main executive. So maybe he needs to tell us the ones that maybe for now is safe to transfer to the water companies, how much time does he need? So that at least, we reduce these audit queries. Because if it is not done, basically it means every year we'll be having the same audit queries.
And then in addition to that, maybe Governor, you need to clarify because the Water Acts provide that assets which are linked to the provision of water should be vested in the company and the transfer done by the county government, the CEC in charge of water. Yeah.
That Chair also, in addition, because you just said, Ndakaine Dam has been there for a long time, even before the county government came into effect. Ndakaine, when was it commissioned? Yes, that's what I was saying. The company also should have, way long time ago, acquired the titles.
The company didn't exist that time.
I thought it did.
The company didn't exist in 1997.
But 2005, 2004, it was there.
Chair, for us, I think the decision of who owns, first of all, I can't give a timeline because these are activities that depend on other people. Depends on NLC, depends on the ministry. I'm not the one who's producing the title, So for those ones we've identified that would want the company to have the title, we're working with NLC, we're amalgamating. For instance, the MD has told you there are many, many plots, parcels that were brought together, bought from many different people, to be able to create Ndakaine Dam. With respect to the provision of that Water Act, Chair, I would seek the guidance of the Senate, where you have assets that are jointly serving different functions. The one owner is the county government. But you'll find in that place you're providing housing for other officers in the county, or you're doing many other activities for the county. Do you transfer that then to the water company? Yet the company is owned by the county fully. There's no other shareholder. The 100% shareholder is the county government. So if you look at, in law, it's neither here nor there. Because if the title is in the name of the county, and the county is the 100% shareholder of the company, what are you safeguarding or what are you preventing? So long as there's a title. I think what's most important is to be able to conclude the process of getting these documents. And we've done it for many, not just the Nairobi Water, for our schools, for our markets, for all public land, for surrenders, around 789 parcels as a county government. So it's an ongoing process with the ministry. And if you direct that the expedite, we'll be very happy because you'll have helped us as a county government.
Senator Eddy?
Chair, I think on 2 and 3, I'm with the county government. I think we have really tried as much as possible on these ownership things to be expedited, but it has been a problem. But I want just more clarity on the Kaini Dam, because the auditor has been very explicit that the land has been encroached, including the construction of a recreational center. Who has encroached the land?
That's what I said. There's no encroachment there. That's what I was asking, how have they determined it's encroached when we're the owners and we're saying it's not encroached? You see what would happen? Somebody maybe would get 1 acre, a quarter an acre from somebody, isn't it? And amalgamate with another parcel from somebody else. The rest of your land as a neighbor, what you do there is not an encroachment. This is land that was bought from people who are in that area. So in the absence of a survey that you have not done the beacons, how do you determine this encroachment? Chair.
Is there a recreational center there?
Is there?
A recreational center?
Not on our land. Is there?
On
their own land.
But we cannot tell you the boundary is up to here. What was acquired, yes.
Do you have any activity going on your land? On what you perceive as your land?
No, not in Dakaina.
So there is no any activity that is going on your land?
On the land we perceive to be ours, no.
Okay.
So you don't have a land? That's what I want to hear. How they determined that we've been encroached.
So auditor, what is the part one of this query saying?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I think is now they are saying the issue of boundaries, but when you go and look at the field now, you look at what is there, you think this one belongs to the land we believe belongs to Nairobi Water. But they have no title actually. Without a title, you cannot say where it reaches because there is no title at all.
So how do you then say, as a matter of fact, that our land has been encroached on? And
okay, that's what we saw, but we are querying land ownership because without that one, you cannot know whether they are in your land or not.
So you see, this is a statement
of fact. It's a bit
fact.
confusing. You know, there are two parts to it. There is the issue of lack of land ownership, which is in this case Ndakaini. But at the same time, you say it has been encroached on.
Is lack of land ownership documents. There is land ownership that they appreciate that they have got a piece of land or a parcel of land and Ndakaini. That you agree, Governor, isn't it?
Of course.
What is not there is the documentation. My question is, auditor, how did you get the access that identified that this land is owned by the company?
That's why now it's by being shown where the land is.
In the audit process, who showed you the land? Because this audit process, there's seven processes when you are doing the audit, right? There has to be an officer here who went and showed you that this is where the land is, and these are the beacons. This is how we identified. Was this done in the audit process?
No, we did not identify the beacons.
Yeah, and you know, I asked that question in another way, that your basis is the financial statements. The financial statements in the list of property, plant, and equipment, land is not included. Of ownership document for the land, which was not in the financial statement.
That came across when you were told. In the financial statements, and that should have been at the case we raised it not to disclosed. But again, they did not provide any document to say we have this land. They don't have any land.
I think that time is going. We are having this back and forth. Governor, just acknowledge that whatever is there, the educational center, probably was identified by some local community members there. That's what I would guess, right? Could you just acknowledge that that is not on your land? Because it's not in this response here. Because it is explicit that there's a recreational center on your land or on the area that looks like your land. So just be explicit and indicate that the recreational center that is in query, if you know it, acknowledge and say that we know it, but it's not on our land. If you don't know it at all, also acknowledge that fact. Because remember, this is a people representative process. If Sifuna was here, he would take note of this, that is a people representative process. So as a representative, if I see something like this, I want to help the county government regain their land. Because it's encroached. But if it's not encroached, that's also fine, but let it be acknowledged in the responses. The other ones, I agree with you, Governor. The land ownership on 2 and 3, I think we should not belabor. It's an issue that we always fight for. We need to help you have it fast-tracked. But on an encroachment issue, we should be on the same page, fighting from the same side. As people's representative, you and I should be fighting on the same side, right? So that if it's indeed encroached, we need to fight for it to come back. But if it's not, that's also fine.
Chair, you know, earlier I raised the issue of this quality of audit. You state matter of factly that land has been encroached on and there's a recreational center without having determined the extent of the land, the boundary of the land. I think that is that matter should be dropped because it is not a fact. How do you state matter of factly? You don't know where the boundary is of that land. You don't know where the last beacon is. But when you put it in an audit and it becomes a query, you have not asked the people there, is this part of your land? I think, Chair, there we must note that to be a problem. The amalgamation is going on, that process. And Chair, you must appreciate that what we are doing now is something that has not been done since 1994. There have been many administrations, there have been mayors, there have been governors. Now is when we're doing it. But they should work with us to determine such things. When even we responded, now, and that's what I've asked for, that for the response to that. We gave the same response to them. From what you've heard from the MD and from officers, there is no land that is encroached that belongs to the county government of Nairobi. That is the fact in Murang'a County. In other places there could be, but not in Murang'a County. That specific one which has been pointed out about Nakaine. There's no encroachment in that land. In fact, I was there myself recently, and I keep visiting. Because we live with these neighbors of ours. They're neighbors. If you sell me half of your land, I can't say where your house is mine and it's encroached. So it would be nice to know who the complainant was, or who said it's been encroached, because that was not. I'd love to know. Because you heard the auditor saying they thought or they feel that that place is part of our land. Land is either it is or it is not. It can't be a feeling, and a feeling is not then reduced into an audit. Chair.
Okay, Auditor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to mention that this was an issue that was even reported in the year 22-23, and there are auditors who visited that area then with the company of the water company officers. Again, you also mentioned that we from the financial statements, you cannot be able to see the RAD. With your guidance, I want to mention that, like, for example, the headquarters here, where the company is located, that RAD is also not in the financial statements. So as we have put it, it is right that they have not stated any RAD there, but we expect to find some pieces of RAD in the financial statement. I mean, in the financial statements. Yeah. So thank you, Chair.
And in your part 3 of the query, you have said that the company has parcels of land meant for expansion, storage, water, and sewerage treatment works. Did you have a schedule of all those lands together with these other 3 lands?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have details of some of these areas, but we may not necessarily have a quantification of the acreage. But we know there are reservoirs, there are also the dams, there are also the sewerage. So the expectation is that the auditor, the auditor would wish, or it would be expected that these assets are captured somewhere in the financial statements. Or if they are owned by the county, then the county should be able to provide ownership documents so that the auditor would be satisfied to know that even if these these assets are not captured in the company's records, as far as the ownership is concerned, they are safe with the owner, the county. Thank you.
How would the asset register of the county government show up in the Nairobi water audit? That's a different entity. If, unless it's asked for, the asset register of the county government, captures all of these properties and all our land, even if just by name. Chair, a lot of government land is not titled, including where we're in right now. This is a huge building. You don't have a title deed. There's no title deed of KICC. KICC is a huge building, a huge investment, commercial ground. All of that is what used to be called GL, government land. In fact, the only buildings there with titles is City Hall, main parliament building. Harambee House does not, And so it's because government land and public land in that time was acknowledged based on the usage and which entity has been operating it. If you look further, you will find that Article 62 of the Constitution then provided that if there's any unalienated land that is public land, at the time of the 2010 Constitution, it then reverts and is owned by the county government. So now is when we are doing what we call, in fact, the word may not even be titling, it's what we call reservation. And NLC is providing a document called reservation because now the county government, before the 2010 Constitution, the county government was a lessee. The landlord was a national government. And so you'd get a certificate of lease. But now you cannot be the lessor and the lessee. So what county governments are supposed to get is just a reservation based on the usage of that land. So on number 2, number 3, I think, first of all, it's very prudent and it's very important to prevent land grabbing or loss of public land, to have a clear register of all assets owned by the government. That one, there's no dispute. But who holds it is maybe where we would need direction. And I'll give you examples of land used for different purposes, but by the same entity, by the county government. If you look at the financial statements for the county government, then you will find that asset register was provided for, generally for the whole county, but not specifically for this. Kampala Road has a title deed. I don't know if it was requested for. That is the headquarters of the company. But I think the point they're making, which is important, is that it has not been mentioned in the financial statements. That one should be. They should provide for that, because you must get the asset register when you're doing the audit. So at least you should see Kampala Road, you should see Runda Reservoir, Rudam, Kigiri, a few of them. They should actually be shown. And so we'll take some more time to consolidate all of these assets that are owned by the county. I think it's a very important exercise. We have a lot of correspondence between us and NLC on county land. I've been able, and I've told you this before in this committee, we were able to secure around 780 parcels that before could not be found, and not just for Nairobi Water, for the city. And that was just going through the minute books. Many of them are surrenders, public surrenders. If you go to Ridgeways, if you go to Foy Junction, And, somebody took us to court, and the court said, actually, this land belongs to the county because it came as a result of the surrender after the subdivision. So it's an exercise that we are still continuing to undertake. But the first assertion is where we have a problem. This one, I don't want to say it was guesswork, but it was it wasn't done as it should be. Yeah.
Chair. I think maybe that Dakaini thing must be looked into, because the same issue was raised in 2022-2023 financial year.
Yeah.
And in fact, this one, the auditor said, not just one developer, developers. Meaning
they should show us. Chairman, just because it's been said before doesn't make it true. You can put the false assertion twice. If according to the user, the MD is here, the shareholder is here, we're saying our land has not been encroached there. Whose land has been encroached then?
Chair. Okay, proceed.
Chair, the reason why it's important is that we are almost having a dispute between the county government of Nairobi and the auditor, which doesn't help with the audit query.
And who?
The county government of Nairobi and the auditor, on the issue, on the substantive issue, is a dispute, right? You're disputing the auditor's comment, but I think that the reason why I raised this one, Governor, is a very important one, so that if there is encroachment, you are a people's representative. I am a people's representative, and so are the senators here. If an issue of encroachment, then we must help you, so that it on the records it must come as such. But I think I want to invite you to your own document, the financial statement. I think it is note. Is it just a reference note? It's not a substantive note, but I'll read it by page 50. Indeed, this came up.
Where is that?
Page 50, and it is the reference note 6.2. Can you see it? Because this is a financial document that is prepared by your officers. So it says that unsupported land balance, the statement of financial position reflects property. I think I want to belabor that, because it's the same issue the way it was raised in the previous year matter. But then the response here was that the Dakaini Dam, Kariobangi land, and other assets owned by other parties whose ownership document had not been transferred to the company, although operated by the company, are not included in the financial statement.
That's what I said. They're owned by the
The financial statement comprises only assets owned and acquired by the company during its lifetime. However, that's where I was going. The company is assisting in the following measure to facilitate transfer of the ownership. And there are two measures that you have indicated there. So within those two measures, there is a proper surveying that is going on that is comprehensive, which we want to appreciate. And that's why I wanted you to just acknowledge in writing that it is not encroached into. That can only be established subject to these two processes that are going on parallel. I don't want to belabor because they are written there. And then number two, could you also comment, Governor, on your headquarters for this company?
But what about it?
There is a title for it, right?
Yeah.
For the headquarters.
Don't you have a title? Yeah, there's a title.
Is there a title? Where is the headquarters? Where is it based? Where is the company based?
Industrial area.
Industrial area?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to establish there's a title for that. So then we let the matter rest, so long as it is indicated by the county government that it's not encroached into. That's all I wanted.
You see what the point we're raising here? For instance, the headquarters is a title deed, but the title deed is City Council of Nairobi. That is county property. The county owns the company. So what we've said is that there is no need for us to transfer assets owned by the county. The county is provided for in the Constitution. It's an entity that will never cease to exist. The company, the shareholders can dissolve it. That's why it is safer to keep your assets under the county government. The county government is established by the Constitution. The water company was created by, it's a private company owned by a public entity. It is Nairobi Water Limited. It has shareholders. In fact, the first shareholder was Joe Akech, Mbugwa, the town clerk, and then the county government. Today, if you were to call an AGM of Nairobi Water, it's 3 of us here. That's the AGM. The county government owns 90%. How many? 98%. The governor owns 1. The CC 1. That's the AGM. So if you can meet and you dissolve it, what happens to those assets? Or transfer to him. That is why the assets are vested in this. Remember, according to the law, counties are corporate entities. The county government is a corporate entity. The national government is not a corporate entity. That's why the national government vests their ownership into the only incorporated ministry, which is finance. So you find the CS National Treasury is one who holds title documents and whatnot. But a county government is a corporate entity. So Nairobi Water is a private company owned by a public entity. And that is how it was registered. Chair.
Chair, I wanted to say something so that, if it makes sense, so now this audit query can be resolved, especially the one on the encroachment. I believe when the dam was being built, there was an acquisition and compensation.
Yes.
So maybe those are the documents that then the county government needs to look for as they liaise with with the National Land Commission, Minister of Lands, and themselves to do the final survey and get a title. And then that is the time, then they'll know what was acquired 1997 or whatever is less than what was acquired at that time. Then it can become an audit query. So we leave it at that instead of basically belaboring, and the county government is saying no land has been encroached.
No, I think I don't mean to cut you, but there's a very serious issue there, Governor. You see, this was a prior issue that kept on coming, and the issue of encroachment has been addressed before, even by the management. You see, and the reason why it's becoming a dispute between you and the auditor is because the auditor is certain that the land has been encroached. You are certain that the land has not been encroached.
But and that's why the auditor is not certain. If you heard, they said they feel.
It's fine. But you see, these are matters of record. The documents are here. And the reason why I referred you to that note, because it was a management comment on your financial documents. And that management comment, let me just read for you this one so I can finish this for once and for all. In 2023-2024 budget, Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company budgeted for surveying and titling of Dakaini. These are management comments. Dam. The exercise is being undertaken by multi-sectorial committee comprising the Ministry of Land, Nairobi City County Government, and the company. This exercise is meant to address issues of ownership and encroachment. This was on your financial statement, acknowledging that there's an issue of encroachment.
Oh,
but in your response,
you do it.
Just wait, Governor. Let me just finish. I know you want us to conclude on this. I also want us to conclude on this because I don't want it to be an issue that will tie us in the future. So, because in your financial statement there was an acknowledgement to that fact, okay? And now in your response, because this is what was audited.
No, Senator, when you say that you want to address, how do I put it? If we have policemen here addressing security, does it mean we have been attacked? When you're addressing ownership and encroachment, is to prevent any encroachment that can occur. That's why we title public property.
I agree with you, fairly. I agree with you, Governor.
And remember, in 29 years, since the land was acquired in 1994, in 29 years, there's never been any process towards that.
Yeah.
After that audit issue in 22-23 is when I directed in 23-24 that the process of surveying and titling begin. And even once we surveyed, it will be titled under the Nairobi City County Government, not Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. It will be under the Nairobi City County Government.
So, Governor, we agree and we need to move forward on this.
Yeah, so what's the question? I don't
A
understand
situation
the question.
whereby the survey has been done.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to see us you are counter each other. You are a people's representative. In as much as these are companies that is cooperated as a county government. In a situation whereby surveying has been done, and then the land that is apportioned to the company is the land where there is a recreational facility.
Of course.
What happens?
I'll kick them out.
You see, then
I won't need the
then they'll
Senate.
be justified.
No, I won't need the Senate. You don't do audit.
Okay.
You don't do audit statements through guesswork. It is either the land has been grabbed or not. For you to determine where it has been grabbed, in fact, it would have been better to say they don't have enough information to ascertain whether indeed any part of the county's land has gone. You don't do it that way. And once if we determine anybody, Chair, I evict people every day in this city. If you're on county land illegally, we'll kick you out.
Chair, at this rate, I think we need like 3 days.
I don't know, we're taking so much time, Chair, on this, and it's straightforward.
Actually, Eddie, you will be very useful to us because you are the chair of the lands committee. You deal with all issues of land, like these ones.
No, I'm transport.
Pick it up.
I am transport, housing, and.
I want to assure you.
Oh, you are transport.
I'm not in land.
Chair, I want to assure you
I'm scared of land.
The county government of Nairobi does not need any help in securing its land. We are known. We go in and we secure the interests of the people of Nairobi, 100%.
Yeah, but the other thing that I think auditor the other thing that the auditor should let you know, you saw the other elephant in the house is the PFM.
Yes.
Where it is very clear that entities like water, hospitals are now being taken, and even cities and municipalities, they are now being taken as separate financial reporting entities. And they are raising queries even on land that is owned by the county government, but in the name of a hospital. Or no, a land that the hospitals sit on, but it's in the name of the county government. It's still an audit query.
No, that one
because
is
of
wrong.
that provision.
That one is wrong. I think that law needs to be looked at, because the whole essence of titling is to secure the ownership and to avoid, is to protect the land. Which entity is stronger to protect land? A private company or a government? Of course, a hospital or a government? A government. The process of, that law we need to look at, because if the essence is to protect that asset is safer under a government entity. Actually, under the government itself. That's my opinion, Chair.
Okay, I think that's a very important issue for our discussion, report writing. So let's proceed to the next query, which I said is trade and other receivables.
I hope that this is the last one, Chair.
No. You still have two more. You still have two more. That's why I warned you from the word go, that you will be here. Okay, trade and other receivables.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Trade and other receivables. The statement of financial position reflects trade and other receivables balance of Kenya shillings 3,577,606,734, which as disclosed in Note 21 to the financial statements reflects a gross receivables balance of Kenya shillings 10,999,650,210. Included in this balance is Kenya shillings 8,583,219,658, which has been outstanding for more than 120 days, out of which Kenya shillings 7,306,530,930 was outstanding for over 480 days. Management did not provide measures put in place to pursue the debtors and recover the amounts receivable by the company. In the circumstances, the accuracy, completeness, and full recoverability of the outstanding debts, totaling Kenya shillings 3,577,606,734, could not be confirmed.
Governor, your response?
Thank you, Chairman. The company has created 2 new regions to assist in management of trade receivables, amongst other matters, and also implemented GIS platform capable of capturing billing and debt status of all accounts. This will enhance meter management and assist in debt collection. Further, the company is engineering the business process to enhance debt collection. We have also tasked staff to authenticate debt above 480 days and lies with the legal section for issuance of demand letters as per attached sample, and I've attached the demand letters. So, Chair, it's really, you know, the people who owe us, like the example I gave you. And if you look at the attachment, we have used lawyers to demand for payment for outstanding debts from water and sewerage services. Maybe the finance director can expound on that and the MD.
Finance Director. The sergeant at arms disappeared.
Let me talk.
Thank you, Excellency. Chairman, what we have done is we are leveraging on Know Your Customer. That's why we have created 2 additional units. We have enhanced, we are leveraging on GIS technology. We are reviewing even how we are doing the meter reading and debt collection. We have put in place a monitoring unit, specifically revenue monitoring unit. So you'll have a separate team doing meter reading, a separate team doing revenue collection, and a separate team, not based in the region, based in HQ, that will be monitoring the activities of meter reading and debt collection. Then we have a credit control team in every region, and their task is to authenticate, particularly the debts above 480 days, because those are the ones that would affect the statement of comprehensive income. Thank you.
Auditor, your comments on the response?
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. Management provided a few copies of the demand letters. However, there is no evidence of the much that has been collected from the outstanding receivables from the measures that have been put. Thank you.
Yes, Governor, I noticed that the demand letters are to individuals and not to institutions. The amount is too huge, 7.3 billion. So maybe we can be told about institutions which owe you money. So this committee can look for ways of helping you.
Yes, we can provide the list. The demand letters were not just to individuals, also to institutions. This is just a sample of the demand letters.
Maybe we can find out also from the MD. One of the institutions actually would be the person sitting next to the MD and the hospitals.
Thank you so
Maybe
much.
they're not paying.
Thank you so much through the chair. Some of the institutions which are actually owe us as money, we had discussed before in one of the queries, auditor's query. Example, water service providers in Kiambu, who was over 550 million shillings. We have the military, who was 109. We have the prisons. We have the various ministries, actually. Of course, the county government also. Our father also owes us a bit. Okay, so these institutions you can be provided with the list, but key is the public primary schools who have no money to pay. I'm emphasizing on that. No, baba mtoto itishangi baba. No, but you see here, wewe baba yako mwitishangi.
He will look at it and give you. You're not getting a news bite of that.
How much is Governor Sakaja owing you?
No, that's what I have said. You don't disclose what your father owes you.
No. This is not you. It's the company.
Anyway, I'll check.
You know the shareholders can meet and waive it.
So what we need is
Can we have that date?
What we need is actually the parliament to see how the schools' capitations can go up to pay for their services. We have engaged the Minister of Education on that. We have written letters to the ministry asking them to facilitate the primary schools. I've said about the military also. I think yesterday I was talking even to primary schools.
Military.
Military, they are. We were discussing yesterday with one of their senior generals about our payments. Then we have the prisons. Prisons is the allocations which are not enough. And you can imagine Muguna waking up and disconnecting water in committee or industrial demand is like actually more or less like sabotaging the government itself. So we need you to assist us, those institutions, to be allocated money in the budget.
So what you do, you provide us with the list and the amount each of those people owe you.
Those ones we can provide the Auditor General.
Yeah,
and
but
the demand letters.
But excluding the hospitals, because the hospitals are now paying. They were not paying before because of FIF. In most counties, hospitals are now able to pay their bills, water bills.
Yes.
I don't know whether that is the case.
That's okay. All the county hospitals are paying direct.
Yeah. So you give us a list, and then we will write to those. We will become debt collectors for you.
We have even written actually to WASREP itself, the regulator, to see how they can assist us in some of those institutions.
Okay. So why we are saying that? Because, you know, the query on material uncertainty, what it simply means is that you have a negative working capital. That is, your current liabilities are more than current assets. So if we can knock off this 7.3 billion, that will help you in addressing that query. So let's proceed to the query on material uncertainty in relation to going concern. Auditor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Material uncertainty in relation to going concern. The statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income reflects a loss of Kenya shillings 118 million 67,920 and prior year adjustment of Kenya shillings 587 million 865,536 reflected in the statement of changes in equity, which decreased the revenue reserves from a negative balance of Kenya shillings 2 billion 788 million 895,138 as at that of June 2023 to a negative balance of Kenya shillings 3 billion 494 million 828,594 as at that of June 2024. Further, the company's current liabilities balance of Kenya shillings 6 billion 16 million 217,650 exceeded its current assets balance of Kenya shillings 4 billion 354 million 828,003, resulting to a negative working capital of Kenya shillings 1 billion 661 million 389,647. In the circumstances, the company is technically insolvent and may not be able to meet its current obligations as and when they fall due. Thank
you. Governor, your response?
Chair, the company operates and maintains assets that are not in the financial statements, as we just discussed. These assets consist of major water installations, dams, water and sewer networks, and also lands and some vehicles, contrary to the Water Act as Section 152, 53, 55, 56, where it was envisaged that the assets be transferred to water service providers, but has not done to date. In addition, the current tariff is not a full cost recovery tariff. The company is in the process of applying for a new tariff and is engaging WASREP for approval of a new tariff that is cost recovery and responsive to inflation. We're also putting mechanisms to improve revenue. As we demonstrated, our billings and receipts continue to improve year on year. Last year we had this past financial year we've had a record revenue collection of close to 12 billion. The previous year also was a record, more than ever collected before. When I became governor, we were still around, is it 8 billion. But I sat with them and gave them monthly targets and whatever is required for them to collect. And that's why we keep, hitting those records. This matter is really a nominal, it's a nominal issue. Because if we were to just move assets there, then you'll be operating on surplus, just for the sake of the books. So it's the books, it's not the reality of the company. The company is doing well. The company pays its salaries, pays its obligations. So it's a matter of financial reporting, if I'm to put it that way. We've discussed the issue of the assets that are not in the financial statements, that are owned by the company's shareholder, The issue of the Water Act, I think, as we review the entire Act, we might want to look at Section 152, 153, and 155. Maybe that one would need to change. But the company has never been unable to meet current obligations. Now, for as long as you have not connected everybody to water and to sewer, there is no other service provider that can operate on a profit. Because the money that is collected is not for profit, it's to extend. It all is plowed back. The company does not issue dividends to its shareholders. Every amount made is to be plowed back to continue connecting those who are underserved, to improve efficiency, to increase the sewer network. And remember where we started from. Chair, Nairobi had only 4 sources of water that we've now been able to increase. It had Kikuyu Springs, built by the colonialists in 1906 to around 1910. That one gives us 6,000 cubic meters. We then moved to Ruiru Dam, which was built in 1928 again to add the capacity of water. After that, we went to 1956, Asumwa, that gives us 60 million liters a day. After that is when we did Ndakaine, 1994 to 97, that gives us 84% of our water. But all of that combined was producing 525.6 million liters for Nairobi, against a demand of 900 million liters per day. Now, until you bridge that gap, there's no profit you're going to make. So now we've completed the Northern Collector 1 and Karemenu, that has added 140 million liters per day. So the deficit has gone down. In fact, Nairobians will tell you of improved water delivery in these last 2 years that we've been in office. Areas that were never getting water, before, are now getting water. If you go to Mihango, if you go to parts of Utawala, if you go to parts of Uruai Ward, Njiru, Karen, in fact, Karen, of all places that never had water, most of it from us. Now they're receiving. People's pipes are now bursting even because they've never had any water in. So it's a continuous exercise. If you go to Lenana School area and Ngando area, they now have water. It's never been seen. In fact, Langata. Look at Royal Park area, Sun Valley. Langata first has increased amount. And once you complete a project that we're doing right now, where we've done a pipeline that runs across Bomas into Langata to take water by gravity, then you'll have finished a historical problem. As a child, I grew up in this city. Langata never had water, but it's something we're solving. So there are many examples that I can give you, Karen Plains, Ololua Ridge, KCB, and we still need to bridge that gap. So what I've been able to do, Chair, which is another area you must help counties to be able to get external financing directly. Because I've been able to get support from development partners to the tune of $100 million that will help us do Northern Collector 2 and Maragua 4. If we do Northern Collector 2 and Maragua 4, we'll add another 220 million liters a day. Look at the gap that we'll have concluded. So Northern Collector 2, Maragua 4, and then the last one, which is more internal, is what we call the reverse backwash system. In Ngedu Dam, where we have a water treatment, we lose 30 million liters a day through the filtration process. So my engineers have designed what you call a reverse backwash system that will add another 30 million liters. So that comes to 250 million. In my first term as governor, I'll have increased 220 million plus 140 million liters. But until those are concluded, you're not making a profit because the entity, the you call it what, raison d'etat, the reason why this company exists is to meet a need. So every extra shilling we get is to be plowed. Now, I have gotten the support of that $100 million, but it is taking long because it needs the national treasury. I cannot deal with it myself, with that government. They have indicated willingness, but you need the national treasury to come and undertake, that to guarantee that that loan can be given. Yet Nairobi Water is a company that many people would want to invest in. In fact, it's one of the company that would be easily listable on the stock exchange, because you must think of other ways of financing it beyond just our location and the money we collect from bills. So, Chair, that is where we are. On paper, it might look insolvent, but it is not, because of the practicality of one, where the assets are vested, the assets are owned by the county government, and number two, on the fact that you still must keep expanding. There is no water service company worth its salt in a big city globally that has its documents looking rosy in that manner, because you must still keep increasing, you're spreading your footprint. So, Chair, let me leave it at that. I think I've given a very long answer. But what is happening is the same as well as with the sewer that I had expressed earlier. As you increase water, 75% of that capacity must be sewer. And so you find we have a deficit. That is why when we've done this, the one along the river, I insisted on 1.8 by 2.4, because what it does, it then will cover the capacity for the next 50 years for Nairobi along those corridors. So we must keep thinking ahead and making such investments, Chair.
Okay, Auditor, your comments on the response?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As far as the governors, the comments are concerned, as far as the deficit is concerned, that would be a good response. But with regard to the negative working capital, I think even if we were to recognize those assets, they would not form part of current assets. So the liquidity position cannot be impacted by recognition of those assets. So I think the county and the company needs to do something on the status of the current liabilities and the current assets.
Which is part of what will help us with as we collect our debt. If one ministry gives us 120 million, another entity, the schools, 148 million, that will help us with our cash flow. But for as long as you're serving, and remember, even with non-revenue water, there are many people who the city is offering a service, There are people who we give water and we will not charge. Many times when you offer water, when you take water through our bowsers to the slums, they can't afford to buy that water. But as a city, how do you not serve your people? So there's what, and I wanted us to work on something that started with this World Bank, I think some years ago, the social connection policy. The social connection policy then removes the profit imperative to those who actually just need to be served, to prevent cholera, and to prevent, it's a public health issue where the city actually needs to protect its citizens without necessarily only thinking about the profit that it's going to make from taking water to Kibera or Madare, or to children's homes and such entities that will not be able to pay for it. Chair.
Okay, very well. Actually, Governor, what you have explained so well addresses matters of the balance sheet.
Yes.
That some aspects are not included in the statement because of the way you have organized your asset. But the bigger issue here is the working capital, yes, which I want to agree with you that it will be resolved once you deal with the issue of long outstanding receivables. because long outstanding receivables are 7.3, and the assets are of 4.3 against the liability of 6 billion. So that can be covered in there. Yeah, that can be covered in there. But for the profitability again, is the issue of profit and loss, which is a issue of revenue versus expenses. So if the expenses are more than revenue, you will still have a loss. Yeah, and if you look at further pages, then you see the issue of wage bill. The wage bill is there. So quite a number of stuff to be done. But anyway, members, you are free to weigh in. Senator Kisang.
Chair, I don't have anything. You know, he has explained very well that, you know, these water service providers, they are non-profit entities. Theirs is to serve the communities, and if there is an extra penny, they continue investing. This I'm happy to report that I've been in Garden for the last 20 years, and for close to 18 years, we used to buy water from water pullers every time. But for the last 1.5 years or so, we were surprised in the morning there was water in the pipes twice a week. And the only problem that you have produced more, and you have also increased your non-revenue water because most of our pipes are also busting. Yeah, but you see, there is something that was said that you have what Kenya Power has done. I don't know if you can do it because you have some people who the debt collectors and the credits. You know, there is something that Kenya Power has done in the last 2 years or so. They dedicate one day for these inspectors or the debt collectors to go around. You know, it's easy for them to go to especially offices. You see, even our homes, we have bells on the gate, we have gardeners and maybe also house helps in the houses. So if your people could move around, leave a demand not there, and then don't leave it until that for 80 days. You know, at least every 90 days, push to demand, and then once you can also do a list of shame in the papers. Yeah.
Any other issue, Senator Eddy?
Chair, I think I hear the governor on the liabilities versus assets, but I think that the growing negative revenue reserve is concerning because it has grown from 2 billion to 3 billion. And indicative the fact that the working capital is not looking neat. And for me, the biggest response is not even on the. I mean, the receivables definitely needs to look at, but I think that the issue on revenue water, which is something we should address, of 51%, which is almost that amount, to about 8.5 billion, is a big concern. Because even if you are to add the assets and the negative working capital, you just get about 9 billion, which means that if the non-revenue water was to be dealt with drastically, it can deal with the entire issue of that cash flow problem. But the reason why it's difficult to address, because I'm getting the governor is echoing more and more that he is comfortable with the idea that public institutions do not need to pay him. He cannot put pressure on them to pay him. You know, he together with the MD, the governor has talked about the the schools within Nairobi not being able to pay. And he cannot cut water connections to these places or not supply. He has talked about the military not being able to pay or not paying, not being able is one thing and not paying is another. And I think that, Governor, this one, I don't think you should get comfortable with at all. I think this is whereby this committee can be able to actually help you, because I am certain beyond doubt
that when you look at the Ministry of Defense budget, it will be ridiculous to think that they don't budget for water. So by us being comfortable that, you know, NCW does not need to get its fair share from this national government entity that are supposed to pay them, is actually enabling those other people to enjoy a budget that they're supposed to give you. So for me, the question is, how do we reduce this non-revenue water that is coming from a commercial side? I do understand if it is a fiscal loss, whereby infrastructure has led to, you know, some kind of losses because of some bursting pipes, or because maybe the planning was going here and there was site construction in some part of your pipes, and then they broke. That I understand, and I think it's still avoidable. But for commercial losses, you're billing people, they're not paying you because they're national government entities. Governor, we have talked a number of times, and you saw when we were fighting for money to come to counties the other day, that there is underfunding of counties, but there is also defunding counties. Where does defunding counties come from, Governor? It comes in instances where, because of this commercial operation between you and the counties and the national government, where they have got legal responsibility to pay you for something that they're giving, when they don't pay for them and they've got the ability and they're building their budgets, it becomes a defunding function. It's defunding the portion of counties. So for me, the non-revenue water emanating from commercial losses, especially by big entity must involve, a national government must be able to pay those services. Because if they don't, they're government, they where you're not able to pay, where you're not where you're not able to receive your payment that is rightfully due to your entities, you'll be forced to budget for some form of grant to enable cash flow in these companies. The money you're budgeting is taken from the allocation that is done by the vertical share, right? So then you're funding a function that has given national government service, and yet they give us little money to give you when we're looking for the vertical share. I think this is a fight that we must take on, COG and us. Very nice input. Because it doesn't make sense. On non-revenue water, which is the next one. Yes. So any other comment? That's the biggest response to that. Any other comment on non-revenue water?
then at least in some of the projects we are taking. Maybe what you can do is that you adapt the written response as it is, and then you comment on the response. So maybe just to say that we're not comfortable with the way we keep doing this money. The example I gave of schools is the fact that you cannot disconnect with the primary schools. And our schools are huge population, 6,000 children, 5,000 children. In fact, for many of them, I've gone further to build programs for many of the schools. I think we've done now quite a number to clear out the water, but we continue to build. One particular one which was very sad was Makina. Primary. Well, we had to go close to 400 meters. It was 400 meters. But it was creating such a bad, the school was in dire need. It was in dire need, the children were struggling. Now the problem in Nairobi is that during the last administration, there was more or less like a race to impress the president that time. So they wanted to build 100 boreholes, 100 boreholes in 100 days. And at boreholes, in hydrological survey, you can do. We find the water concentration limits recommended level of fluoride is on 1.5 parts per million. Now you find a lot of the boreholes in Eastlands, east side of Nairobi, go way beyond that. Meaning the level of fluoride that we're exposing our children and communities too is very unhealthy. It lead to brittle bones, it lead to issues with the teeth, etc. But that notwithstanding, for us, there's the element of serving those who are underserved. You'll find non-revenue water through those schools, through water tankers going to the informal settlements, and we've explained that you still need to provide that service. Now, for government entities that owe us, we are very keen they must pay. In fact, that is why I have the table. I've had a discussion with the Minister for Finance, the CS, and told them that they need to ensure that these entities budget for that payment. Same as payment of land rates or silo, contribution in lieu of rates. Many entities are paying. Many government agencies are paying. What we've highlighted are the ones who are not paying. And as the MD has said, even as recently as yesterday, he's been in discussion with them to make sure that they're able to pay what they owe. Now, another thing I must point out before handing over to the MD, the amount of non-revenue water technically will always seem higher than it is for as long as you have not filled the water demand. If you don't have enough water in the pipe, if you don't have enough water flowing, you find that a lot of time you're measuring air, not even the water that you think that you're producing. So the amount is higher. But when the pipe is full, even the SCADA technology can measure it more appropriately. If it is not, it is trying to measure the flow. If I'm to take this bottle, this is how the pipe is. So if the pipe is like this, and you're measuring flow, you're measuring a lot of air. So it's never an accurate measure until we get to that 900 million liters per day and above. But still there is loss. So there is loss based on old infrastructure. For instance, in the CBD, the networks in the CBD were built many, many years ago, in the 40s and 50s. Now what we're doing, because we did an analysis of how much it would cost for us to redo the pipelines across the city. And we looked at, I think, 2 or 3 areas. It was so expensive. The one in the CBD, we have a program now that is costing 1.6 billion. How much is it? 1.6 billion. It's something called, do you call it disheveling or? The seething. You can call it seething. Oh, so a pipe is put into the current network, and you put a sieve to actually seal that one which was there earlier, the older one. Just for CBD is costing 1.7 billion shillings. So the company definitely will not be able to afford the bigger infrastructural interventions that are required for the physical losses on unrevenue water. But this one that we're doing in the CBD will help us now save 2,000 cubic meters per hour, once it is concluded. And then now once we progress on that one, we shall go to the next one. So it's a continuous process. There's no one who will tell you they'll finish unrevenue water in a year or just by one intervention. It is not there. So this is one of those things that will always come up as an audit query, And there is no country that has no non-revenue water, by the way. I think the best in the region must be Kampala. And the reason why Kampala, Uganda has good non-revenue water numbers is because of the terrain, because it is hilly. So the water is actually flowing to where it is needed. And then they will give you more details around that. I had already explained the issue of the high demand gap, the need for 900 cubic meters a day, 900,000 cubic meters a day, or 900 million liters. Contrasting it with now we're at 600 and 657 to be exact million liters per day. And we really want to bridge that final gap, which we can do. I've given you the example of the financing from Korea. Irregular consumer water practices, that shows you what we call illegal connections. A lot of these illegal connections, and we've been working with what we call the water police to arrest it. People are just unscrupulous. I went to, where were we, on Airport North Road, and we found a lady who was a kiosk, what looks like a kiosk. But inside, she has 16 pumps. It's a pumping station. She has infiltrated our pipeline, going towards past city cabanas. 16 pumps underground. She's supplying water to apartments on that area. And she's also supplying electricity. So she is Kenya Power and Nairobi Water in one, And so there are many such instances. But people will tell you that you've seen fewer water bowsers, because before it was those cartels who would do artificial shortages and then bring in the bowsers. So for us, the illegal connections. For instance, I'll give you an example of Kibra, where we've had to concretize a big part of the pipeline to stop the infiltration, but while at the same time providing water in a social way for the people of Kibra, because they also need water. But we're giving them, and now they're much happier than they were before. And that is the biggest reason why Langata was not getting water. Because not only is it on a higher terrain, it's going uphill from Kibra, but also the infiltration on the lines. Now we've done the Kungu-Karumba Road pipeline on that side, and this other one through Bomas. The issue had been waived with KWS. That has been resolved. Another issue is the meter under registration. As a result of the intermittent water supply, the highest infrastructural strain is induced on water meters. We use volumetric, velocity, and Waltman turbine type mechanical meters. With a few, the key installations are what we've put, where we've put smart meters. A few of those smart meters. So during low flow supply periods, Chairman, it's what I was trying to explain even using this. When water flow in the meter is not full bore, not fully in the pipe, water seeps through the meter without filling the measuring chamber in volumetric meters or moving the impeller in velocity, and Waltman turbine meters, and hence is not registered. So the water is consumed by the consumers but not billed by NCWSC, because it has flown, it has passed through without creating a, how do I put it? Without being measured, really, but we've produced it. So the numbers you have from our production capacity at our water treatment shows you that we've produced this amount. Because of low pressure and it's not full bore, as I showed you, the water then seeps through and gets to the consumer in some of those areas. So that's why we need to do quite some level of infrastructure interventions on our water line. The measures to deal with NRW, I will ask the MD to continue and take you through.
MD.
And by that low number I told you of Uganda is 26%? 28%. And that's the lowest, that we have in the region due to that terrain.
No, Malindi has 16%.
But you can't compare.
Anyway, it's not comparable to
It's a small place. But anyway, I mean, that's good for them, that they've been able to achieve that.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, members.
Be on record.
Actually, the lowest non-revenue water in Kenya is in Nyeri water. Back 1997, GT Send was doing a feasibility study in the country to see how to reduce non-revenue water. And they chose four water companies: Nyeri, Kericho, Erondoret, and the Meru water, where all the old infrastructures were discarded and new infrastructures were installed in those four towns. Today, they are the only towns which boast of low non-revenue water of 25%, because the infrastructure is new. No physical leak, the illegal connections were discarded in their own pipes, new connections were done to the customers. Now, here in Nairobi, what actually is being done to address non-revenue water by the county government, national government, through the Water Service Board, is what the governor spoke about, sieving or sleeving the pipes. And when you are doing that exercise, you will be crossing the existing water connections and the illegal water connections and all the leaks. Then you do new connections to every property afresh. When you do that, CBD alone, you'll be able to save around 2,000 cubic meters per hour. Because according to our measurements, we lose around 2,000 cubic meters per hour on commercial losses, just like what Senator Edwin said. And those things, that non-revenue water commercial losses, sometimes, many years back, water for firefighting in buildings used to be free. Buildings used to have a connection free to firefight in those buildings. Those connections, nobody knows where they are. And with the time, people changed them to be their normal water supply lines. But you cannot be able to trace them unless I excavate the whole road trying to trace those connections. The solution is that sieving or retrieving the pipes. Okay. I will not be surprised when we do it. You'll find even government offices with they will be complaining there is no water before their connections are done. I will give you an example. Intercontinental Hotel was discovered back, I think 2008, 308-inch connection, which was giving water without any meter. You can go to this cooperative building. We call it what? Afia House. Afia House actually in, I think 2015 or 2018, 6-inch, no connection firefighting system. You can go to our own assembly. We discovered the other day they did not have a meter also. They were using the firefighting connection for the whole city, which we metered. So once we do those reshielding, we will end all that problem and will solve some of those problems. Now, this work is being funded by AFD under credit 1135. Then this Korean government also want to fund Apair, South B, South C, and Kriman area. They have already done a feasibility study. They want to fund it through Anglant themselves, to do it themselves through Anglant. Yeah. Then meters, as the governor said, when you have raw pressures, meters don't turn. The water just goes in, and particularly those people who have underground tanks,
Water just goes in and goes into the tank. Then you pump the water, we don't get the water, any revenue. The way the meters are manufactured, from 2 inch, the meters, the transducer or the turbine is placed on top, and it is at the veins at 3/4 of the pipe. So if the water does not reach 3/4, it can't turn the veins. It becomes unrevenue water. Okay. So all these problems we have, they are compounded. You are the people who can assist us, allocate money to do some of these water sources. It is not a lot of money. I don't know why you cry, you don't have water. I was say Osubu here, but the money required is not a lot of money. If you allocate 8 billion every year for 5 years, you'll make Nairobi get adequate water up to 2032. The two projects the governor was talking about, they don't require a lot of money as many people may think. It's just 67 billion. So if you allocate 18 billion in 4 or 5 years, you will resolve that problem.
Now, while at that point of money and revenue water, in your response, I've come across a very important point. You said Sureka Consultants, which was done in 2016, they started in Nairobi non-revenue water scenario and devised regional action plans to reduce non-revenue water from 40.35% to 18.5% at a cost of 2.8 billion shillings without pipe replacement as option number one, and 5.7 billion shillings with pipe replacement. So I was wondering then, you just need 2.3 billion or at a higher level, 5.7 billion to resolve the non-revenue water problem in Nairobi. Is that the case? So that now it goes below 25%.
Thank you so much. The report is actually attached. It is in, I think, the link. This is a bulking document. The 2.8 billion and the 5.4 billion, that is to solve non-revenue water in 2 regions. Nairobi is divided into 9 regions. Now, the standing Langata, which is a part of Kebla constituency and Langata constituency, and then Loisambo, which is Loisambo constituency, and this one goes all the way to Kawest. Yes, that constituency. Those are the 2 constituencies which were standing to use 5.3 or 4 billion shillings. At the current rate, it goes to 9 billion.
Your table is talking about 6 regions.
No, it's a 4. It's 2
It's
regions.
talking about central, eastern, northeastern, northerner, southerner, westerner. If you look at your table keenly,
this is the overall. I think I have it here. It's around 9 billion. Yes, 9 billion.
But still 9 billion, if you look at the long outstanding receivable, is at 7 billion. So why can't you start from there? And
if we receive the receivables, if we receive those receivables, we can do this. This is very important for the city. Remember, we have the oldest water infrastructure in the country, which is why those numbers are high. And at that time it was 40, now it has gone up because of the gap of the water. But you're right.
That's not fair, because there's no money. But I think that MD, there are adventurous ways with which you can deal with this duality of a problem. And I think that because of the challenge that we're talking about, you are also escaping those other administrative actions that you can be able to take to be able to make sure that, first of all, your receivables, are constructed a little bit. But also, just in terms of tracking your non-revenue, I think you can also do a better job. Because I think that if you're also not careful, then you can end up blaming all this to physical losses, when in the middle of this entire conversation, we've also seen a number of opportunities for commercial losses, including billing problems, purely billing issues, that could be also a recipe for corruption. And I'm not saying you, but your officers, right? There could be deliberate leakages that are happening in terms of revenue as a result of deliberate non-billing that is happening because of those lack of commercial practices. So, for instance, the issue that the chair is talking about, the issue of the receivables that you have, we have hugely focused on the bigger institutions. But I'm not even seeing, have you been able to even circularize the debts? Because if you're able to circularize the debts, then immediately you do circular debt sizing in a way that then allows, at any given time, your balances to, when you're closing them and when you're opening them, then they balance out slowly but gradually. Then you can be able to deal with your receivables, especially on non-institutional customers. The more you circularize, the better off you become in terms of collection. So I'm seeing an issue of collection that is independent to the issue of, I'm doing my maths here, but perhaps this is not the right forum to put it. But almost 4 billion is being lost on that just issue of collection and billing, which is a more an administrative issue and a commercial loss that is not focused on the dilapidated pipes or just ineffective infrastructure. So there's a lot of issue around there, collection, billing, proper handling of receivables, which is, I wanted to know that you have circularized them in a way that actually can be able to enhance some revenue coming in. I don't think it's purely an issue of I do appreciate the issue of infrastructure, because we've talked about this in a number of all the water companies we've checked on. But I think for you, there's a leakage of resources that are coming from billing, from the issue of collection and billing, and that's circulation of the receivables.
Actually, maybe moving forward, Nairobi Water, you need, in your responses, you need to be telling us what proportion of non-revenue water is commercial loss, and what proportion is physical loss.
And even donation, because the governor might also choose to donate to other schools. But under commercial losses, under commercial losses, go a little bit deeper and delve in those collection issues, billing issues, receivable complexities. Those three would give us a good read on how we can be able to help reduce the amount of revenue you're losing there.
Any other issue?
Thank you so much, through the chairman, again. Thank you so much, Senator, for what you have pointed out. Actually, if you go through the Sureka report, he has brought up all those issues. The commercial losses are 70%. Technical losses are 30%. Okay. So, but you see here, the commercial losses is not water which goes to the swell in our cases. Yeah. It's water theft, yes, which goes into our berries, and we don't beat it. And that's why we are talking about, for you to address it, like in Nairobi, in the CBD, you must retrieve the pipes, so that now you cross all illegal connections. It's actually illegal connections. If you go to areas where we have been using the police force, the water police unit, just like what the governor was talking about, is illegal connections where we are stealing purposely as citizens. So I agree with what you are saying.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot at all, but I want you to appreciate that where there is water theft is both a demand and supply problem. Where there could be water theft because of illegal connections or even the access issue which we addressed previously, but there's also possibility of non-billing, where somebody is billing and not delivering the revenue. You must acknowledge that also happens. It's a supply issue. Somebody could be billing because look at your wage bill component, and I've looked at it. That wage bill is about 65%, which is about double what WASREB recommends. But if you look at it, the personnel infrastructure there is huge, right? So it doesn't make any sense to just blame the illegal connection. There is a possibility that collection also is not being done properly or is being done and not delivered. I'm not saying that it happens, but I think it's a possibility that you also need to look at that demand-supply problem.
Thank you so much again through the chairman. It's not an exchange, Your Honor. Then again, what I want to put across our system, billing system, you cannot tamper with data. The way we read the meters, you can't tamper with data. We use the telephones to read the meter, and it sends the data direct to the server. There is no human intervention. Collection, likewise, we don't carry cash in our company. We don't touch cash. It's you to go and pay to the bank, to our accounts. Within the company, we don't deal with cash at all. So issues of corruption on payments cannot arise unless you, as a customer, bribes our staff and tell him, don't disconnect me. But we will come there.
But it will not leave the system.
Yes, the money will not leave the system.
Leave the system.
Okay. Are we together there? The money will not percolate out of the system.
Okay, Amida.
Chair, I recall, CEO, the non-revenue of 51% was mentioned. So then I was just wondering, the country is looking into getting into more volumes of water, into the network. But then at 51%, isn't that, like putting water into a leaking bucket?
The higher the volume, the less the non-revenue. Some of what I explained was a lot of the water is not billed because of low volume.
Yes.
So if it's low volume and I was showing them a bottle, water will pass without moving the
turbines.
The turbines. That is a possibility. Actually, that happens. But when you're full bore, meaning your pipes are completely full, you can even employ now what we call the SCADA technology in some areas, and the SCADA will be able to tell us, and I can see from my phone, Hapa, California, there's been an intervention on the water pipe, or somebody has cut off water in Nangata. Using that SCADA technology, but you cannot implement it with low pressure. You'll have wasted a lot and it's quite expensive. So, save for where we have completely old pipes, which more of it will be leaking, increased volumes actually reduce non-revenue. If you look at Singapore's non-revenue is what, 8%. They completely change their infrastructure every so often. They're able to do it. Addis Ababa is at 37%. London is at 28%. Though London still also has very old piping, but they have the ability to do that resheathing that we're talking about, and they do it very often in their barrows.
Senator Mbogu.
Report is very good. So, Governor, I was just wondering, since the biggest problem we have in the city is water, some neighboring counties of US are doing very well in on-source revenue. If you decided that you are going to work on on-source revenue for just 2 years, and all that money goes to maybe improving the water infrastructure network, you would be remembered as a governor who really solved the problem of water in Nairobi.
Yes, Senator Olirawe, I explained to them what we are doing to solve the problem of water, where the shortage will actually be resolved in a matter of 2 years. The deficit, already we've increased 140 million liters per day. And your colleague next to you said he is a recipient that for the last 20 years he's lived in Karen. Now is when he's getting water, for the last 1.5 years. Of course, we are working on on-source. I don't think anyone is performing better than us on on-source revenue in terms of the percentage increment. No, last year I raised 12.5 billion, which was the highest in the history of devolution. This year that has ended in June, just a few weeks ago, we have hit 13.8 billion shillings as a county government. It has never been achieved. And every year we're having that increase. In fact, now that we've passed some legislation like the regularization of unauthorized developments, this year I aim to get 20 billion. And I know it is possible because that legislation is what held us back. People who've built buildings, especially in Eastlands, in these old schemes, without having gotten authorization, we now have to regularize what they've done. That alone can get us to 20B, And of course, as that comes in, we'll then be able to apply it in the right place. When I see this issue of wage bill being unsustainable, I completely disagree. The PFM ratios should not apply the same across the country. A city like Nairobi is a service city. You want to see people reading your meters. You want people sweeping the streets every day. You need people serving you in hospitals with a population of 7 million. How many nurses? I think even our wage bill is too low in terms of the numbers. The reason why wage bill looks high is because of low revenue. So your denominator is shrunk. I was with the mayor of Paris recently. Her city is a city of 2 million people. She has 53,000 staff. Nairobi, a city of 7 million people, has 19,000 staff. Paris, a city of 2 million people, has revenue, or rather their budget is around, if I convert 9 billion euros, should come to 1.3 trillion for Paris alone. Nairobi is 40 billion shillings. Yet we want Paris quality, and people are not paying their rates. So I'll come to you to request you guys to help us raise that revenue. Nairobi, we can get to 63 billion shillings if everyone just paid their rates, and their rates are spread out in installments over a year. But you find very, very big people in very well-to-do estates are not paying their rates. I published their names, and you saw us even going to the Freemasons and whatnot. Now we have gone to court because the Rating Act allows us. If everyone just paid their fair share, the city would be clean, the streets would be swept, there'd be medicine in all our hospitals. But you see, people don't want to pay, yet they're the quick ones to complain. Recently, Chair, as I conclude, we had issues with housing. People staying in county houses for years without paying. You find somebody staying in a house in Woodley. The rent is 17,000 only. That is a house that is 3 bedrooms on half an acre. Commercially, it would be 200,000 shillings, But you find that person has not paid for 10 years because of being protected politically. So if everyone did our part, we would be able to reduce this non-revenue water, and the city would completely... And it's unfair for you to live in Lavington on your 1 acre, or for you to live in Runda on half an acre. You're driving your vehicle, you're not paying your rates, yet Mama Mboga who comes to town every day is paying her 100 shillings, or she's paying her 50 shillings. It is completely unequitable for us to move on like that. So we want to do a campaign to explain to Nairobians that you will get the services you get are from what you are able to pay the city. And because we have all the plans, I want to do all the roads, I want to build all the schools, but money is the problem. Otherwise, we'll be able to solve that. Though finally, what would help us, Chair, is allowing counties after a certain assessment, certain county governments can actually be able to enter the market, put in bonds, whether it's a green bond, without the limitation at PFM. The limitation there makes that if I'm to raise today a bond for Nairobi, I would only get maybe 2 billion, Yet Nairobi, we know every year, equitable share will not go below 20B. I have raised on-source revenue to around 13.8B for my city. So if I get the present value of the next 10, 20 years, I can get 500 billion today to sort out the big challenges of such a city. So these are discussions the Senate needs to have, on financing of cities. As we move towards now moving our rates into improved site value. Nairobi is the only capital in the world of its size that charges you rates based on an improved site value. Meaning, half an acre in Kileleshwa is paying the same as its next door neighbor with 100 houses and 100 water connections and 100 people using our roads. We must start changing that approach towards financing our city. That is how you will solve. Otherwise, no matter what you do, you will not sort out the problems of Nairobi without rejigging how you finance it.
Now, while you are on the issue of financing the city, I know you are a strong proponent of Nairobi being a county.
Yes.
Like the others. But from the statistics the clerk is showing me, cities which are metropolitan, which are being managed as metropolitan authority, have a lower non-revenue water.
I don't know the correlation.
Look at cities like Addis, you look at cities like London and the others.
No, London is a city. London, Sadiq Khan is elected by the people directly. I was with him I deputized him at C40 cities as the mayor of London and Nairobi, which is a network of 100 cities. There is no direct correlation. What you have you're talking about possibly cities that do not have as much democracy, like Addis. Addis, they determine what they want to do, where they want to do. If they want you building, they move you. Because the land is all owned by the national government. The federal government owns all the property. If I want today to put a pipeline of water in Nairobi, I have to negotiate with people, I have to buy property. But Kigali, they will just say, this is the line you want to go, and they go. If you go today to Friendship Park in that Addis Ababa, you find a place that was an entire, it was a messed up place, But the city just decided, if you're here and you're building, move out. But I have to negotiate with people. I'm telling people, paint your buildings in the city. And they're like, why should we paint? Until I take action on one or two. So we have a lot of democracy, but it can work.
Yeah. Last one, and then we move to the last one.
Yes, because my governor is here today, and this was actually, it's been very, I've not been understanding Gava. I lived in a city council house. And within a month or two, if you know that you haven't paid your rent, you're chucked out. There's eviction. Forcefully eviction. Na vitu zako zinachukuliwa, they are even taken to this other place in Dagoretti. But then why would it take so long, like 9 months, 10 months, for any person, for them not to pay rent? Then number two, when you go to Ziwani and Jerry and, those sites, by there I lived in Eastlands. I love Eastlands. I've never understood why they would even have makeshifts, whatever. And it's like, that is my territory. All them, wamejijengea wenyewe, extensions. So that I would not understand, because then what is it going to take you for you to, to resolve those issues? Na kila mtu ajue anakaa kwa nyumba yake.
I agree with you. The problem was political interference over the last 10 or so years. We've had leadership that is afraid to make tough decisions. So people would stay with arrears for all that time, not pay, bring their relatives, increase the extensions, and nothing be done. In the last 2 months, I have increased revenue from houses by 250%, just by enforcing. We've had to do evictions. We've had to, and that has happened in Karioko, in that same Woodley, in Jericho. And some people, it takes them to see their neighbor being evicted for them to pay. Unfortunately. Today, if you go to Jamhuri Estate, there is no single area. Everyone is up to date as we speak. If you go to Makadara, in all those estates, Bahari, people are now paying. And we're seeing, that's why we even were able to hit that record. So I think it's just political interference. Those days the councillors or the MCAs would say, no, leave my people, they don't. But I've refused that. Everybody must pay their fair share. And now the place I'm going to in this financial year with the regularization is on land rates. This year, we're on land rates like white on rice. People must pay their fair share. We're the only city, or rather county, that has an up-to-date, so to speak, valuation role. When we got into office, we used that immediate goodwill to engage with the Chief Justice to set up the valuation court that validated our 2019 valuation role. All other counties are in the 1980s valuation role for their rates. So that's why we have a challenge with evolution. Now we're going to do our 2026 valuation role that will be based on improved site value. The value of your house must determine how much rate you pay, because it also determines the utilities that you're using in that house. You cannot have somebody in Githogoro paying the same as Runda and you're next door to each other. It cannot be. If you go to most cities globally, the biggest revenue source for urban areas is property taxes, But we're scratching the surface as Kenya. Let me give you just one last example. I was with a friend. I'm in a network of cities. We're in a Harvard program, 40 of us. I'm the one from Africa. And so part of it, we were going through what is our subject that you want to work on. So this mayor tells me that she's very upset that she wants to do a stadium of $800 million, and her revenue is $800 million. So how does she? So I wonder, oh wow, that is a lot. $800 million is a lot of money. Do you know her city? I asked her, what is the population of your city? 150,000. A city of 150,000 people that has a budget of $800 million doing such things. Yet a city of 7 million people is scratching the surface because we just want to be politically expedient, So these tough decisions must be made for our city to be able to finance. Once you finance it, sometimes I do a small section. The other day on Moy Avenue Service Lane, we just redid the walkways, put in the new bins, put in lights, and you can see people are excited and they're happy about it. That should be the minimum standard across the city. It can be done if we sort out the financing aspect in our capital. So thank you, Chair, for that.
Thank you very much. I think media, you have gotten more than you needed.
I didn't know good.
From water to housing to land, so many things. Let's go to query on unsustainable wage bill.
Yes, which is what I was answering.
Yeah, but let's just go on record.
I'll read the record,
Yeah.
Maybe the auditor.
Thank you, Chair. Unsustainable wage bill. The statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income reflects staff cost of Kenya shillings 7 billion, 100 million, 7 billion, 100 million, 920,698, and operating revenue of Kenya shillings 10 billion, 949 million, 295,622. The company's salaries were at 65% of the operating income, which is way above the allowable percentage of 35% by 30%, contrary to Regulation 25, subsection 1B of the Public Finance Management, County Governments, Regulations 2015. Had the company followed the 35% requirement of the revenue generated, staff cost would have been at Kenya shillings 3,832,253,468, resulting to a saving of Kenya shillings 3,268,667,230, which would be used to settle other companies' obligations. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Thank you.
Governor, your response?
Thank you, Chair. To maintain and sustain the wage bill, the company has frozen employment unless there is no internal capacity, expertise, realignment of operations through decentralization of services for efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery in order to increase revenue. And we've deployed technology for efficiency and effectiveness of operations, which will increase revenue and hence reduce wage bill percentage. Then we're also seeking the tariff renewal, as the current one expired in June 2024, and it is not cost recovery. Chair, that is the response that we gave. But really, apart from freezing new hiring, which also now talks about your customer, your service delivery, the major issue is increasing the revenue and the income, because that is the denominator. We're trying to say this cake, we're sharing the pie, but not increasing the size of the pie. Increasing revenue and dealing with non-revenue water will reduce that percentage. Because if you ask me, we actually need more people. As we get the increased water, the increased sewer, if you look at what we're doing now along the Nairobi River and Madare River, we might actually need more staff as we move forward. Remember, we have also the pyramid. We have many retiring. Attrition, is ongoing at a steady rate, because a lot of the older staff were moved to Nairobi Water in 2004 from the city council. So what we're doing right now as a county is we're doing a complete audit to see that we're structured properly in all departments at the executive, and we shall extend that to Nairobi Water Company as well. But really, it's to increase the revenue. There's no other way, because you can't fire people. You can't just go in and say above 30% to go home, because also that gives you cost. There's cost of pension, there's cost of letting go of people. It's not just that you can cut it off. You need to do it in a sustainable manner, Chair.
It means in the next report you are going to see a drop in the wage bill.
No, we'll see an increase in the revenue.
Factors like attrition and
yes. So the percentage, you see, even if your numerator remains the same but the denominator increases, the percentage will be less, because we're way off. And that's why I'm explaining this 30-65% doesn't make sense for service cities. You see, Nairobi is not building an extra, dam or how many kilometers. Nairobi is serving 7 million people. When you're serving 7 million people, people are served by people. If you don't see people outside on your street sweeping, how will the city be clean if people are not physically present doing that? I have 124 hospitals in the city. To actualize, for instance, Mama Margaret Uhuru Hospital in Dandora, Kariobangi North, I need a staff of 1,500 new staff. 1,500 just for one. Mamaduti alone has 1,500 staff. And you can see the level of service. We need another 3 more such hospitals. So if you are to limit our thinking to this PFM one-size-fits-all answer, then you will not serve the people of Nairobi. And which is why we say that provision, devolution was created because a one-size-fits-all approach was not working for our country. Not all counties are the same. And I keep telling them, you can't have the same solution. The governor of Lamu might need advice on maritime. I need one on mobility, or one on urban issues that are different from different parts of the. So this standardized approach on 65, it will never be achieved. It cannot be achieved in a service county like Nairobi. I am sure the MD feels he is strained. Is strained by the number of people he has, the boots on the ground, the marketers, the people doing billing, the people going checking meters. We need more people. But for the record, that's the answer, the one I read. This is the one that you take.
Yes, Auditor, what's your comment, the response?
I think our query is based on the rule.
So long as the law is not complied.
Yeah. We'll amend the law for Nairobi.
Let's start with Mbogwa and we made an earlier request.
Thank you, Chair. Governor, we've heard you well, and you know where the figures are. But looking at these figures, the amount used on overtime is in the tune of 478 million. What is the justification of this figure, Governor?
Finance. Let the finance guy answer.
Thank you so much.
We have that.
Yeah. Overtime. Where you live, we have people to come at around 5 in the morning, every morning, to come and turn valves so that they can direct water to various directions, the whole city, because the water is not enough. Now, again in the evening, they must go around again, turning the valves. So you find those people are accruing overtime. Now, in recent times, you have not seen sewer overflowing in CBD. Anytime it overflows or somebody reports he is seeing manuals, the sewer is rising, we normally send the staff, even late at night. I'm sure you have seen people working at night. They are paid overtime, they are paid the night out, so that they can make the place more friendly for you to live. Go to treatment works. Our treatment works are not considered as a shift workers places. So those people who work at night, we pay them overtime. Okay, that's how this overtime accrues. So if we had more water in the system, you may not find that problem. If we had 9,200,000 cubic meters of water, 920,000 cubic meters of water in the system, that overtime will come down very fast, drastically. And also, if we had upgraded our sewer network, if we had money to make sure the sewers are big pipes, all the water which goes into it, it flows without any hindrances at all, then all those overtime will disappear. You can imagine the way you normally sometimes come and meet sewer at Integrity House, Integrity Road around there in Jakaya, Kikwete, State House level. If we see it like now, take an example, this is ending to 5. I will send staff there. After 5, I must pay overtime. Those are the causes of overtime. It's because our systems are overloaded. If I see a leak like the leak Mheshimiwa was pointing about, I will still send a staff there. Go and address it, even if it is at night, to reduce non-living water again. So it's a give and take exercise. You may tell me let those staff not go and work to deal with that non-living water. Then non-living water goes up again.
So maybe even to add from where the governor was, if you had enough staff, maybe they would be working in shifts and the overtime would not be there.
Sure, but you see that overtime is very little money for
compared to shifts.
Compared to shift.
Good, Chair. Mine is I picked something from the governor that we cannot compare all the counties uniformly and looking at the laws. Then after about 13 years of devolution, then as it occurred to you people as Council of Governors that we need to do an audit. And from the audit, then you can give proposals on what can be done so that also, there is no need for ourselves not to be realistic. I think we are not realistic in some of these things. In fact, some of us were thinking in the past that Nairobi should not have been a county.
But that is all the cities, because when you say it should not be a county, it's still human beings who will run it. The problem is financing. Now, devolution is the biggest gift to this country. There's more than 10% of the population is in Nairobi. You will not deny them that gift. But what you need to do is to make sure that the city, and that's why you have the Urban Areas and Cities Act, and provisions even in the County Government Act, that says the capital city, which is a county but also the seat of the national government, must have a special relationship with the national government. And certain things must be handled in a special way. The amount of money for roads for me should not just be subject to a formula like any other county. This is a diplomatic hub. This is also the UN headquarters and also the city. So Section 6 of Urban Areas and Cities Act provides for that, and we're working towards that together with the national government, where we'll possibly do what we call a capital city, a coordination committee as well that I chair. The governor chairs, the deputy will be from the national government, so that we can coordinate certain things, But what those with that idea have copied falsely examples of other capitals in the world. What happens is that when the most bustling economic capital of the country is also the administrative capital. Many countries have moved from it, not removed it as a state. Like Lagos was not removed as a state. The national government went to Abuja, and Abuja is called Federal Capital Territory, FCT. Same thing happened in Australia. They moved to Canberra and created an artificial city. That is the capital. Same as Dodoma from Dar es Salaam. You didn't remove Dar es Salaam from the people, but you moved the administrative capital. Even Washington, D.C., District of Columbia, has no governor. It has no senator. It just has a mayor. It's a state. But it was created by amalgamating along from Virginia, Delaware, etc. They created land and created an administrative capital. So it's very different. And then many other examples.
I just wanted you to respond also on the earlier one. What plans do you have? Because I think that's an urgent and some, it's something that needs a discussion.
I think a process started. There was the Mutava Musimi-led process when he was chair of budget in the National Assembly that was reviewing devolution after so many years. I think as a COG, we should also give our perspective. I had a bit of it from the chairman of COG during the State of Devolution address, because it's the wear of the shoe who knows where it pinches. Being governor now for close to, 3 years now, 2.5 years, I can advise completely on the challenges counties are facing, on the limitation in understanding the law. Because when you think that the governor of Migori has the same challenges as the governor of Nakuru, you're completely wrong. The kind of intricacies in different cities. Why should I pay my chief officer for roads the same as Vihiga County? Yet I'm trying to attract a certain different caliber. Because when my chief officer for roads in Nairobi messes up, the impact on the global economy is more than Vihiga or another county. Why should I have... So the one size fits all is the biggest mistake, And I'll give you the final example. Nairobi has legal pending bills that were 21 billion. Legal. At least with my county attorney, we've been able to have it to 10 billion pending bills. That 10 billion pending bills is because a lot of the work is outsourced to external lawyers. Yet, if the SRC does not insist that I pay a legal counsel the same as Nandi or Elgeyo Marakwet, I can attract the kind of talent that is in law firms out there and reduce that cost on the people of Nairobi. So what might look like an increment in the salary that I want to pay you what you'd get in the top law firm after 6 years post-admission is actually a saving of billions from outsourcing cases to lawyers out there. Every day you go, you'll find someone saying, I have a pending bill of 100 million, pay me 500 million. Some of them are ridiculous. Somebody wants to be paid 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. And I don't know, you lawyers, what it is. You have not built anything. There is no structure. There is no... It is to go and talk. Yet that money can build 5 stadiums. That money can build markets for our people, So when I approached the SRC, and I wrote to the SRC, and said, on the issue of the legal, and I've hired now another 48 lawyers, advocates, in Nairobi County. I'm now still haggling with the issue of the salary. By me increasing the salary of my legal counsel in the city by this amount of money, I will save the county billions in legal fees, which the Senate is always dealing with. So the evolution now needs to be pragmatic. Let us look at Mombasa. Mombasa has the potential of being a maritime capital in the region, bigger than Dar es Salaam. But it's constrained because you expect Mombasa to behave the same way as any other county. And you say the governors must have, 3, I don't know what, legal, what. What Abdul Somad needs is different from me. Lamu has the best natural port in Africa. The natural port there is the best in Africa. In fact, if you develop that corridor, including Lapset, you will turn the economy of this country on its head. But the governor is constrained by those issues. So I agree with you. I think we need to maybe bring some proposals to now take devolution to the next level. The first 10 years, I've set the foundation. Places that there are no roads, there are roads. Places that had no hospitals, now they have. But we now need to take it to the next level to achieve the true goals and intentions when we did the Katiba in 2009 to 2010.
Senator Eddy, the last question, and then we close.
Chair, Chair, the MD has talked very strong about the overtime pay. I think we should subject it to an impact analysis, impact assessment. Try and, because if you look at it in terms of just the health of your cash flow, your salary and wages on a basic level is 3.5 billion. That means that your overtime amount is about 15% of your salary and wages, way above any other formation, for instance, of having rotating casuals, dealing with emerging complexities, or having what he was talking about, shifts. Okay? So, and actually, you ought to have commented on both overtime and bonus, because overtime and bonus are a function of your revenue performance, actually. That's how we call it. So it might look like 21 million is a small amount of money, maybe for you in the company, but it's a lot of money when you look at the financial health of the company, given the revenue that we talked about. So I wanted you to comment about that bonus of 21 million and what is necessitating it. But then, in as much as you have talked about overtime, I want you to actually do for us perhaps an impact analysis of what that shift looks like if you were to put people on wages, right? Not salaries, but on wages, and see whether you not reduce this, or if you can work, if you can have those people on wages work on shift that Mbugua was talking about. I think it would drastically reduce up until when your revenue makes sense. But for me, those two costs are very high, given the wage bill that you're working with. Then the last thing, Chair, perhaps the governor on his side. My question on bonuses and overtime is for you, particularly MD. But then for governor, perhaps when you're making your comments, may you comment on what Senator Kavindu had raised. It's a very serious issue. And the issue was the issue of customer deposits. And let me just try and capture something here very fast, Chair, if you allow me. Yeah, I've gotten it. If you go to page 27, Governor, that is, if you look at it as note 22, if you don't have the same pagination, note 22 of your financials, that is cash and cash equivalent, you have given a detailed analysis of all the cash equivalents with all the accounts that are operating in this company. And the book balance that we're seeing here is 338 million. But if you look at note 27, you've got customer deposits that is about 1.2 billion. We are not seeing any operating account where they are, because if these are all the accounts that are running this particular company, then certainly the book balances cannot just be 338 billion. Unless this is an accounting form that Mr. Mondi did, which will bring us to the question, where is the account that is running the customer deposits? Because otherwise it should have appeared under that cash and cash equivalent. Yeah, so those would be my two. So, but perhaps start with the MD on the bonuses, what is necessitating them, and has there been an impact assessment that has been done with regards to the issue of overtime vis-a-vis other forms of variations, starting from the shifts, casuals, on case-to-case basis.
I'll answer the bonus and the wages. Thank you so much. I think Mheshimiwa, I discussed about why we accrue overtime. I see the overtime accrues because of various activities in our systems, which you cannot do away with. I give you examples of water rationing. Where you stay, we have personnel who goes manually to turn the valves very early in the morning, so that the way our water is structured, the rationing program, it is done at around 6.
6 to 8, so that by the time people in some areas, we change valves in the morning and then change again in the evening in many of the areas, so that areas where there was no water, by the time you are arriving in the house, at least there is water trickling. Or if your area was not receiving water yesterday at night, in the morning when you're waking up, at least there is some water.
I don't mean to cut you because
Yes.
of time. I am appreciating the fact
Yes.
that those things are emerging.
Yes.
The question we're talking about in terms of managing cost is over time the best way to address them vis-a-vis things like what are about shift or casuals in some wages to deal with those uncertainties that come within operation. And my question is, have you been able to actually do those assessments? Have you tried a formula that is it scientifically driven? Is the decision for overtime scientifically driven in terms of cutting costs? That's the question.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Shifts and overtime we have analyzed. Shift and overtime we have analyzed. We can share the report. Okay? Yes. Bonuses, yes, we give staff tokens of 5,000 shillings every year as an appreciation for handwork. And a good example is the financial year which has ended, we were able to raise revenue by 1 billion in one financial year because of motivating the staff. Bonuses are given to motivate people. Thank you.
But I'm saying that if they're going to motivate people and the company is not performing, it has got material uncertainty.
Standard practice is you give a bonus based on performance.
In performance.
In fact, when you make profit is when you give a bonus.
I think increase of revenue is performance.
I guess expenses.
Thank you so much. I think it's misuse of the word bonus. It should be token of appreciation. Okay? So it's a matter of English and the semantics. Or
It should be a Christmas gift.
Sure.
It's a Christmas
Actually,
gift.
it should be more. I promised the executive staff if they were to hit 15 billion this last financial year, they would get their 13th salary. One more salary. Unfortunately, they got to 13.8 billion. Maybe because of that last week of Gen Z and whatnot, because then revenue doesn't come in. But it's proper labor practice. The SRC has a framework for recognition of in 20 so are they
First, see from